Okay. All right. For the last time, I call this meeting to order at 7:04 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Chair Quartz.
Also
Present.
Reed. Present. Corelli.
Present.
Doss.
Present.
Morozov. Lim.
Present.
Joliker.
Present.
Kringle. Sherman.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Strayer Hernandez.
Present.
Muratov.
Present.
Connolly. Gumarov. Hamid.
Present.
Kaufman.
Present.
Rudy.
Present.
Lusht.
Present.
Gaudio.
Present.
Metellus.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Rickett.
Present.
Chauhan. Present. Escobar.
Present.
Naguib. Wanjan. Johnson.
Present.
Patel. Weiderberg. Green.
Present.
Hendry. Rubin.
Present.
Borges.
Here.
Alcuda. Dinesh. Candeloro. Present. Colazo.
Present.
Rodriguez. Janadra.
Present.
Pullman.
Present.
Renda. Present. Richmond.
Present.
Shen.
Present.
Gorilla.
Present.
Vasquez. Lipner.
Present.
Morissette. Present. 38 out of 48 quorum is verified.
All right. Approval of the minutes. Everyone go ahead, take a look at last meeting's minutes. And is there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, last meeting's minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda. Everyone go ahead, take a look at this meeting's agenda. Is there a motion to approve this meeting's agenda? Any objections? All right, seeing none, this meeting's agenda is approved. Open forum. Is there anyone wishing to speak in open forum? All right, come on up.
There we go. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing tonight? That's good to hear. I wish to say real quick, this is a joint statement by me and Brandon Garrett, who unfortunately wasn't able to attend today due to prior commitments. Hello, everyone. I wish to thank you for listening to me, and I wish you all a great evening. I wish to address Internal Bill 5653 that is now in its third reading today. While I believe that the bill is made with good intentions, I wish to make you aware of issues that can be caused by this bill as someone who has run for student body president. I have nothing against wanting to keep track of members of each candidate. It was a central point of Donahue's affidavit concerning early active campaigning and Garrett's affidavit concerning libel. I believe it to be a good thing to make it easier for the Election Commission. On that note, the section of the bill requiring volunteers to attend an informational session would do the exact opposite of streamlining the process of the Election Commission. UCF student government has become more well-known and more scrutinized than ever before. With 5 candidates running, this was the largest number of candidates in roughly 10 years. It's only expected to grow next year. How are we to realistically expect the next supervisor of elections to be able to give informational sessions to all the volunteers on top of his current duties? Furthermore, there is no requirement for the supervisor of elections to hold additional information sections for volunteers. That could mean that the requirement can only be fulfilled pre-election. A vast majority of the candidates this election cycle ran on a grassroots campaign where they got previous support through common students not associated through student government, rather than people who vote in each election. This can be said of their volunteers. Getting people to reliably help you campaign is the hardest thing a candidate can do. Putting up more roadblocks for candidates who do not have an established base only makes it harder for candidates to get their message across. I will reiterate this again. I do believe that the bill was made with good intentions and was not intended to harm future grassroots candidates. However, it can be said that with how the bill is currently written, this can cause such harm. I wish to thank the original bill's author, who I have spoken to with my concerns, for being open-minded, for realizing the possibility of these issues. With that, I wish to thank everyone here for listening to me, and I highly encourage everyone to vote for the amendment to the bill that has been put in place by its author. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in open forum? All right, seeing none. Announcements from the student body president, President Lister.
Sorry, there was someone for...
Okay. Good evening, Senate. First off, I'd like to make the statement that today the lives of 2 individuals were senselessly taken at Florida State University by a horrific act of violence that could be characterized as no less than evil. This sort of violence has no place in society and especially has no place on college campuses. We mourn for those that have been affected and we wish for healing in the Florida State community. A tragedy like this is indescribable and will have lasting impacts on the FSU and Tallahassee communities for the remainder of their lives. Tragedies like this are scary, and I know many of us and our fellow students may feel scared. UCFPD has many precautions in place currently to combat these acts, and we trust in their continued ability to keep our campus safe. I've been in active contact with FSU's student body president, and I've given him our sympathies and committed him to anything we can do to help their community heal. And at this time, I would like us all to take a moment of silence. Thank you. We have the power to make change, and it is in groups like this that a student or a body of student leaders where we are most effective. Also, really would have liked to, not have to make that statement today, but in general, congratulations on a successful Senate session. Thank you. It's been a pleasure to work with all of you, and I wish you all the best in future endeavors. Thank you.
Any questions for President Lister? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, announcements from the student body Vice President Brawley.
Thank you all. Before I give the report into the executive branch, I just want to echo the sentiments of President Lister. This is, of course, a very sad day for FSU and Florida State University system community. This week, as we met for the final time, additionally, we hosted bagels with badges and a baseball tailgate today. Next week, we have cram for the exam events, including coffee break, Earth Day celebration, midnight breakfast, and Serenity Stroll. Finally, I have one more faculty senate meeting, and then next week, I have 3 provost search committee meetings as well. Have a nice meeting. It was great working with you all this semester. And like Bryce said, best of luck in everything you do in the future.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Are you giving?
Yeah.
You're giving comptrollers.
Yeah.
All right, comptrollers report. Vice President Brawley.
Thank you again. FAO is at a balance of $706.26 with a reversion rate of 3.86%. And the CRT budget is at a balance of $878.51 with a reversion rate of 2.77%.
Any questions? All right, seeing none.
Thank you all.
All right, Attorney General's report, AG Polero.
Good evening, Senate. Once all the bills are signed, I'll be sure to update them. I just wanted to wish you all a happy last Senate meeting. For all the senators that are graduating, just want to say congratulations and good luck on everybody for finals.
Any questions? Varela.
So that's probably a question more appropriate for the president, but you should remind me of all the bills. Because we're passing maybe passing a lot tonight. Will those have to be signed expeditiously, or what happens with those? Because technically the decision is ending, so I was curious.
Yeah.
So if Bryce signs it and it goes off to Dr. Frame to sign and it gets signed, it's passed. But if it gets vetoed, I believe it'd have to be picked up in the next session.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, sorry guys, Banesh.
President voting.
Vice Chair Banesh, present and voting, so noted at 7:13 p.m. Lipner.
Motion to return to open forum. There's another person who'd like to speak.
All right, there's been a motion to return to open forum. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, open forum. Anyone wishing to speak? All right.
Okay, perfect. I don't know, you probably heard me say that already, but my name is Jessica Doyle. I'm here today speaking on behalf of Gen Clio, a RSO on campus, about the permanence of the Sustainability Caucus in the next upcoming school year. So I serve as the Orlando Regional Lead Organizer for the Clio Institute, as well as the president of the RSO. We have proudly been a member of the Sustainability Caucus this past semester. Through that, we've been able to make great connections within student government and be able to bridge the opinion of the student body to directly with student government and other faculty members. That has been an incredibly important and valuable experience that we would wish to continue. A little bit of background about what we are as Gen Clio. So we are a nonpartisan and nonprofit statewide organization representing a larger organization of the Clio Institute. We work to do climate legislation and environmental friendly policies. That is something that we are building coalition for on UCF's campus. And I know a lot of environmental concerns and sustainability concerns are in the forefront of UCF students' minds. This is something that we would wish to continue building on and communicating with for student government. So once again, we would really like to continue working with the Sustainability Caucus and continue its permanence. Thank you so much.
All right. Is there a motion to move to announcements from the Chief Justice? Any objections? All right, seeing none, announcements from Chief Justice given by Eternal Assistant Chief Justice Pizzera.
Good evening, Senate. So Daniel unfortunately couldn't be here today, so I'll be giving his announcements. So again, good evening. Judicial finalized all business with committee meetings coming to an end this week. Also, our external assistant Chief Justice Calfee put on her last outreach event today, Jeremiah's with the Justices, which was a great success. And thank you to all of those who stopped by. And lastly, the applications for seats 1 through 7 are now open through Saturday, May 3rd at 11:59 p.m. And all further questions, please direct them to Chief Justice Rivera.
All right, thank you. All right, announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, Supervisor Brown. Is he here? Okay, I'll read them out. Oh, this doesn't need to be read out loud, but I'm going to. Hi, everyone. I unfortunately couldn't join you all tonight as I am supporting Symphony Under the Stars as both a member PLC as its planner last year. If you have time, I highly encourage you to come and stop by before it ends around 9 p.m. at the Reflection Con. You all have done great this session, and I'm so proud to have worked alongside you. Please never hesitate to reach out. All right, perfect. Announcements from the Activity and Service Committee Chair, none. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, none. Caucus reports, APAA Caucus Chair, Lim.
Happy last Senate, everyone. I'm so proud of everything our caucus has accomplished this session. It's been such a privilege to work with passionate and driven caucus members. Thank you all for putting in the time and passion. Huge shout out to Vice Chair Chahan for all her hard work. You were the best vice chair I could ever ask for, and I'm so excited to see where the caucus goes from here. Wishing you all the best on your finals. Thanks, everyone.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Black Caucus Chair Metellus.
Hi, everyone. I hope you all are doing well. Black Caucus met last week where we discussed the future of the caucus and final initiative updates. We hope to collaborate with MSC this summer on any Juneteenth initiatives and still recognize Juneteenth as student government. I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to lead such an outstanding group of individuals during this session. And I'm so proud of each and every one of you. For the last time as this session's Black Caucus Chair, those are all of my updates, and I hope you are all successful on your finals. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Disability Caucus Chair Johnson.
Oh, hi guys. ASL Day was such a success. I got lots of feedback, so I added it into my transition banner for next year. That was super emotional. The CHIPS College has also expressed interest in sponsoring the event next year, so I really hope that the next chair/caucus continues that. I'm super proud of all we have accomplished this year, and I wish the next session the best of luck and good luck on exams.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Latin Hispanic Caucus, none. LGBTQ plus Caucus Chair Benesh.
Good evening, Senate. Vice Chair Green and I will be volunteering at the Lavender Celebration this Saturday in the Pegasus Ballroom from 10 to 12. In addition, we'll be speaking as a part of the leadership panel at that event. So please come out. I'd love to see your faces. Also completed my transition binder. So if you're interested in maybe becoming the chair next year, just let me know. I can send it to you. Shout out to the Most Goated Caucus.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Military and Veterans Caucus Chair Collazo.
Hi, everyone. I attended Family Fun Day, and it was a great success in putting the finishing touches for my transition binder. I'm truly proud of everything the caucus has accomplished, and it was an honor to serve as the first chair of the caucus.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Women's Caucus Chair Lazo.
Hi, everyone. I'm so glad I can finish my Senate and caucus career with the caucus that started it all. I never would have thought that when I became Women's Caucus Vice Chair during my first semester in SG, I would have ended up chairing it, building it, and learning so much from it. And I'm so excited to see what you all do in the future and how the caucuses grow.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Arab Ad Hoc Caucus, none, Sustainability Ad Hoc Caucus, Chair Lipner.
Hi, everyone. We met this week to discuss the Discernment Bill within caucus and then also finalize shifts for the Earth Day event next Tuesday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Try to show up if you want a sweatshirt, though, because they will be exclusive. Additionally, if you're looking to help volunteer, please feel free to reach out. We have some limited spots available. That's all from me, besides the fact that the transition binder will be happening with or without the caucus being made, because I think it's important to continue those relationships. Thank you all, and have a great rest of your day.
Any questions? Green.
Not that it matters, but do you know what the sweatshirts look like?
I do. To give you kind of an idea, they resemble a lot of the SG on Tour sweatshirts with like the outline kind of design, but it's specifically looking at the Cypress Dome and not at our campuses.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, Intercampus and Transfer Ad Hoc Caucus Chair Varela.
Hello, everybody. So happy with how much success the now permanent ICTC has had in its inaugural year. I hope the good work will continue for years to come. I had my last meeting with the Dean of Rosen today, which is very sad. I love her, great lady. But renovations for the new campus or the updated campus will begin late May to early June. She has guaranteed that there'll be new postal lockers for students who live on campus to receive packages. It'll be placed near the bus stop, if you know what that is, kind of between the campus and the dorms. Also, the bus stop is getting renovations to accommodate this. And the postal thing will be covered. She kind of emphasized that to me. More about the food and beverage options. The dean is working really hard to get a small cafe built in / near the library that will be mostly self-serve, but will contain freshly brewed coffee, sweet pastries, and healthy meals. And she's super excited about that. And one more thing. Oh yeah, composting. The dean also agreed to look into new composting options for the campus, as there'll be new food waste because of the new cafe. And then finally, I just want to say a big thank you to all of ICTC, especially Vice Chair Gumrov, who without the caucus would not be as successful as it was.
Ruben.
Did the dean give any updates on if classes will be in person in the fall at Rosen? Because I've heard that there's a chance that Rosen classes will be on main campus or downtown due to renovations. So have you heard an update on that?
Yeah, so from what I heard, she says that hopefully most professors and classes won't be impacted, but it's kind of more up in the air depending on like where like the renovations happen, like things aren't set in stone, but she hopes that things will be in person in Rosen. But yeah, I think she also said that online was what they would have to do instead, but I didn't ask her about that, so it's more just discussion.
Lipner.
I guess just to follow up on that, how would that impact people who are living on Rosen?
Yeah, I asked this specifically about student safety in dorms. One dorm is being closed down to replace lighting and water, which is not really part of the renovation, something else. But she did assure me that the construction is taking very careful precautions done by the state, so they have very special regulations, not just university, to make sure that everyone is safe and they're keeping all the construction away from student areas.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, announcements from the Senate President. Okay, hey everyone. First off, I'll start out by saying it's a sad day for all Florida universities. We're thinking of our fellow FSU students as we move through this meeting in the next few days, and we're here for them as we move through this time. Couldn't go without saying that. And again, as we move through this meeting, as normal as possible, we're always thinking of the victims and all FSU students. But yeah, so last meeting, it goes by really fast. What else? Okay, so first, before I get to I'm obviously gonna get on my soapbox and do my little speech like I have to. But yeah, so transition binders, for those of you in, I think caucus chairs, if you do wanna send your transition binders to me to look over, that's fine. You don't have to. But for Senate leadership, I would recommend emailing it to yourself. You can also copy me on that email too. Actually, please do that because I want to see it. But I'm just curious. And then copy me, email it to yourself, and then pin it at the top. I guess please do that to me within if you haven't done it already, within the next week would be good. But we have time. And I don't know, it depends. I mean, we have so much time until it's literally a month when the next session starts. So yeah, whenever you have time, that reminds me, ELA Richmond, I'm just telling you this now so we can remember it. Your transition binder will probably be really extensive. So things like that, positions like that, I just want to make sure everything looks good to go. But yeah, transition binders, just make sure we're getting those set and ready to go for next leadership. But yeah, we'll start with my, this is where I'm just going to get on my soapbox, and I didn't really write anything down, so I'm just going to talk, and hopefully it won't be too long. But we have time. Okay, yeah, so it's been a session. We all know, those of us who have been here from the beginning, it's been a session. I think we've all learned so many lessons. I'm going to start out, just because it's the top of my head, by thanking Brody. He's not going to expect this, but no, you might, I don't know. But Brody has kept me sane throughout this whole session. And when I need to talk, I feel like I just say the same things over and over again and just vent it out until I'm good. And so there's probably been hours of me sitting in Brody's office repeating the same things over and over and over again until I feel better. And he never complains and takes it all like a champ. And I really would not have been able to get through the session without Brody. So for those of you returning next session, use Brody. And also just the advice that I'll never forget too. Really, really appreciate it. One of the people who's kept me sane. Who else? Then my other personal shout out, I have to do Laurel. Everyone knows Laurel has we were last session, we were ELA and ILA together. And I remember, sorry, Shane, but Shane couldn't tell us apart. He would call me Laurel because we were just together all the time. And that was when I was elected speaker, and he was calling me Laurel. And I was but yeah, so I genuinely cannot have made it through without Laurel. She knows we're locked in for life, never getting rid of me ever. And I delegate her tasks quite often. I have this past couple months, never complains, is always there for me. And yeah, I'm excited to see what Laurel does in the future. One of the smartest people I know, genuinely. But yeah, so I'll just go on. And just a general thank you, just to everyone for all of your hard work this session. Again, it's been a session, and I think it's easy to let the noise kind of cloud all the work that we've done, but really it's been a great session. Again, I see all the emails and all the meetings with administrators that you guys have done. And again, all the noise, some of these internal things have clouded some of that, but genuinely it's been a successful session. And I genuinely believe that. Obviously there's always rough patches. We're all learning, and a lot of us for our first professional environments. But I'm so proud of each and every one of you. Genuinely, I mean that. I think we've all learned something from each other, agree or disagree with each other. You learn so much, even from people who you only talk to once or twice. Genuinely, it's been a successful session, just as much as the past sessions. And I think the next sessions will continue to follow that. Yeah, so just thank you guys for all of your hard work and dedication throughout this whole entire session. And then thank you to everyone who has challenged me. You guys have taught me a lot of really hard learned lessons, and I really appreciate it. It's made me stronger and made me a better leader in person. And I definitely really appreciate that from you guys. And thank you to those who have always supported me as well. Again, always making me a better leader in person, every single one of you. I'm sure you guys feel the same about your peers as well. I guess the one thing that I would tell you guys, the main thing that I learned so early on from being speaker, that if there's one thing I would tell you guys to take away from this session is to not take this too seriously at all. And that is like the first thing that I really, really learned, like within the over summer of being speaker, was just don't take this too seriously. If you find yourself, like losing sleep or being too stressed, it's affecting your personal relationships, then that's actually a really big indicator that you need to take a step back and go spend time with your friends outside of student government and go find hobbies outside of student government. Like we were doing very important work, genuinely, but this should not be such a stressor on you that it's affecting your personal lives. So that is the biggest takeaway that I've learned myself, and that if there's one thing that I can tell each and every one of you, is to not take this too seriously. This is all in good fun, and we're all just doing this for students. And yeah, just remember, we're just here as servant leaders. And yeah. So I guess, honestly, that's the main things that I wanted to touch on. If I remember anything else, I'll say it during Senate Forum. But yeah, that was kind of my main thing. I'm so proud of all of you. So excited to see what you guys do. I'll be watching from the sidelines. As always, I'll never get away from student government. I'll always be curious about what's going on. So I'm sure I'll be watching here and there. Not too much, though, but a little bit. If the new speaker and pro temp are in this room, or watching anyone in the new session, but if they're in this room, regardless of anything that's happened this session, my line is always, always, always open. I was so privileged and blessed that I had Dylan, I had Sierra, I had Akila. I always went to them constantly. And obviously I had the transition binders, but there's just something so different about being able to go to them personally and venting about, and because no one else understands. No one else is going to understand being in the position until you're in the position. So regardless of anything that has happened, my line will always, always be open for you guys. Whoever it is, if they're in this room or not, I will probably be reaching out once the elections close, congratulating. I would love to speak to you if you're willing. But my line, again, always, always, always open. Regardless of anything, I want to be there for you, because I think it's hard being in these positions. It's a lot. I will always, always be there for those of you. And even if you're not, even for those of you who are not going to be running for a speaker or pro temp, just going to be in leadership in general or a senator, again, please always reach out. I'm so happy to hear about anything, and I'm here. I feel like I've learned a lot from this session, and I will always be here to help you guys out if you're ever looking for advice or anything like that. I'm so happy to help. I really feel like I've aged 10 years from this, and I really I'm so happy to help, and you will not be bothering me. But yeah, honestly, I think that's it for me. Thank you guys again for a great session. Congrats to those coming back, and whatever you guys do in the future for those not coming back, whatever. I wish you guys the best. Congrats to those graduating. I also wish you guys the best. And yeah, can't wait to see what everyone does. But yeah, I guess that's it from me. Any questions from myself? Oh, dang. Okay. All right, seeing no questions. Internal legislative assistant report, none. External legislative assistant report. Go ahead.
First, I gotta thank Autumn Johnson for this Dr. Pepper. It's actually the only reason I came to Senate today.
Being someone from Tallahassee, all my friends, my mom was on lockdown, so all day texting people, making sure they were okay, as I'm sure all of us in this room were doing, was not easy. 30 minutes before this, like right before Autumn texted me, found out the guy who was the shooter was in the same class as me, went to the same high school, all that. So looking through the yearbook was a crazy experience. But this Dr. Pepper really changed my outlook on life, and I'm just so happy to be here. And I think it's just such a good lesson to learn. I think this session has really instilled this, seeing Allison be so strong throughout this entire session. Same with so many of the other senators. It's really been an inspiration. And although I will not miss it here, I'm very thankful for my time here. My time with Brody, learning more about him I've never really enjoyed talking to a man until I met Brody, and just learning his story was so interesting. So thank you, Brody. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Autumn. Thank you, Cameron. Thank you to everyone who has really helped this session be not as awful as it's been.
Okay, any questions? Okay, seeing none. Senate President Pro Tempore report, Pro Tempore Morissette.
Hi, everyone. Not much from me, but congratulations to all spring graduates. That little graduation thing, I think I was the only fall graduate in there, but like I had to. But congratulations to everybody graduating in spring. I have a graduating Senate reel for anyone that wasn't here to watch it. I think it's cute. It was my first time using Canva video, so please watch it and congratulate me because I think it was good. Chair Johnson said it was good. I'm going to add Canva to my LinkedIn. But other than that, I am really sad about tonight. I've done student government since like 6th grade. So this is actually really upsetting to me that this is like the end of it. I'm not doing a master's, or at least not anytime soon. So I won't be back in any capacity. But I loved all of you guys. It was really nice to see what it looks like from the internal perspective of really understanding and knowing and just speaking to every single senator and helping all your initiatives. My transition binder is pretty lengthy. I have a lot of advice in it as well. So anyone who gets this position next year, I know you'll thrive in it. This position, I will say, just make sure that you can serve every single senator despite their personality, any kind of time restrictions they may have, and just be that friendly person. Because I know I got that kind of advice from the previous pro temp before me, which was Akila, which she was here today. Yay, love Akila. Which is just be everybody's friend. And that's, I think, the biggest part of doing this role. You're highly internal. So if you can't know everybody, if you can't serve everybody, you won't succeed at this role. But it was amazing knowing all of you guys. And if you ever need anything, reach out. I have an email and a phone and a LinkedIn. So reach out to me anywhere. My Instagram is public. So reach out. I would love to hear from all of you guys. And I will be watching the first Senate meeting because I'm very interested to see how next Senate goes for you guys. But yeah, that's all for me.
Banesh.
2 things, if I may.
Go ahead.
1, we love you, Danny. You're the best. And 2, that link not working. I'll fix it.
All right, any further questions? All right, seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, Deeser Lazo.
I think you meant to go to D-Leg first, if that's okay.
I'm so sorry. Okay. Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, D-Leg Koyazo.
Thank you. So I hosted a fiscal leadership meeting today, and we discussed next year's calendar in terms of opening and closing forms, and of course our transition binders. So for today's legislation, it's only 1 on second reading and 19 on third and 11. So sorry, 19 internal bills and 11 resolutions, and some bills have resolutions as counterparts. My transition binder is finished. So for whoever is the next D-Leg, I made sure I was detailed as possible to the job. I included every single email template. I just included so many things because the D-Leg job is, I believe, you're working fiscal and internal, so it's a lot, and that's all burden that's on you. So yeah. And this is the exact same statement that I said last time, but amendments are okay, intentions can change. We can't re-remand. We already know that. So, and use your time wisely. And please look at vote counts. I know some of us weren't here last time, so that will give you a good indicator as to whether the bill is favorable or not.
Yeah, I'll add on to that too. I forgot to do my usual spiel of let's move through as concisely as I will be doing the 2-minute timer thing. we don't need to be here until midnight. Okay, any questions? Okay, seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, D. Lazo.
There you go. Alrighty, I'm gonna start with where I'm going after this. It's a boy. No, I'm going to UNH, University of New Hampshire. I'm gonna be a Wildcat. Cool ride. So, and then after that, our little Senate surprise. I have a very particular set of skills that some of you may not know about. I was the youngest editor-in-chief in history at my high school, so I worked on the newspaper and the editor and the yearbook. So I went ahead and made us a super cheesy, corny cornball yearbook. I don't know if Brody can get it up or not. Please. We can just spend like less than a minute looking at it. I do want to finish everything, but I worked really hard on it. It's really cutie patootie, and all of you are in it, or I tried to have all of you in it. So we can just spend 5 seconds looking at it. Would love that. And you guys can ask me questions about it because I have it open, even if we can't get it up on the big screen. The silence goes crazy. I love it. I guess, yeah, just click through. I guess you guys are already watching it. I'm not going to read that editor's letter. I'm a yapper. Y'all know that I can write. But everything else, we have our speaker and our president pro tempore that wrote letters to you guys about their time here. I have little blurbs, little transition slides and everything. I really just dug into my sophomore through senior year of high school skills, so. Well, yeah, can we get a hand for Brody's really great portrait? I think he looks great in it. And that's it from me. So if anyone has any questions, I yield the rest of my time.
Morset Johnson Lipner.
Not a question, but I disagree with the best bromance. I think it should have been JC and Ryan. Just saying.
So, okay, I actually had 3 contenders for best bromance. It was going to be either Owen and Nick, JC and Jordan, or JC and Ryan. And there was a point, I have that picture in the Hangouts where it's Adam, Jordan, JC, and Ryan. And I was like, I don't know if I could put a polycule on that. So I just decided to do Jordan and JC. I had the quickest picture, so. Johnson.
Motion to cry. But I was going to say, this is so incredibly sweet. Definitely going to keep this. Also, former journalism, you definitely ate with this. And thank you so much for taking the time out to do this.
All right. Any further questions? All right. Old business, 9, fiscal committee, caucus time 9, fiscal committee reports. Vice Chair Shen.
Well, I wish Chair Karen Gold was here to speak, but I would just like to say thanks to the whole body for their support and interest in CRT this session. While I cannot speak for Adam, I think he had a great time too, but I had a wonderful time as vice chair, and I'm really happy with how many students we were able to help. As the new session begins, make sure you tell your friends, associates, etc. about CRT and FAO. I think they're really great resources that are still underutilized by a lot of our student body. But thank you guys, and have a great rest of the night.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, FAO committee, Chair Kaufman.
Hey, so we didn't meet, but I just wanted to say thank you all for the support this session. Coming in as a new chair halfway through the session was not easy, but everyone here helped make it the best possible experience. We approved a total of 163 allocations this session, which I've been told is one of the larger amounts in a while. So that's pretty cool. So thank you all for helping me grow as a leader and for a great session.
Green.
So not necessarily a question, but like I just want to commend you because like earlier, like this session, we went through like an FAO chair and an FAO vice chair. And like I just want to give you a shout out because of how you rose to the occasion and how you were able to like take the reins on that situation and just like get work done,
Alrighty. Any further questions? Weiderberg.
I kind of forgot to say present voting.
Okay. Weiderberg present in voting at 7:44 p.m. Okay. Moving on. ORS Committee Chair Rose.
So we did meet last week, and we approved 3 VPFs and did 3 post-funding reviews. And I just want to say thanks for a good session, ORS, and to the rest of the Senate as well.
Any questions? Banesh.
This isn't really a question, but shout out to you, Sam, for saying more than a sentence today. I really messed with that, so.
All right. Okay, any further questions? All right, seeing none. Fiscal legislation, none. That's kind of sad. I mean, it's been like that, but anyways, I'm reminiscing. Okay. Internal committee reports, unit committee, Chair Escobar.
We did not meet this week. We had a meeting planned, but did not meet quorum. Also, the bill we were supposed to see. Can I make a motion? I motion to PPI Internal Bill 5654.
There's been a motion to PPI Internal Bill 5654. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. It's PPI.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, now go ahead.
And then I just want to say thank you to ENA because although I came like mid session, the committee really helped me. Thank you to my vice chair Banesh. They really are the GOAT. But yeah, thank you ENA and thank you for electing me. And it's been a really great session.
Okay, we're gonna do one major round of applause after everything, just so that we can get through. Lipner.
Just a quick question about the PBI. Can you just elaborate a little bit about why? Because I was for ranked choice voting as a concept.
Yeah, so the bill that was scheduled to with IT to discuss the possibility of ranked choice voting was postponed, so we couldn't really vote on it this meeting since we didn't have all the information.
Yeah, it can easily be picked up next session too. So whenever that answer comes from IT. What's up?
I just want to say my link for Canva works now. So if you were trying to watch it, you should be able to get through it now.
After Senate.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, seeing no further questions, GAP Committee Chair Vasquez, Vice Chair Varela.
Hey y'all, unfortunately Chair Vasquez couldn't be here today. She'll be here later. But today in GAP, we just kind of finalized some daily capital discussion what GAP could do differently and or better. I guess I'll give thanks to all of you for making the session great. I'm not really going to steal Chair Vasquez's credit, but she was great. Love her. GAP was awesome this year. I really liked it. I think we all did really good work, and you all are great people, and I hope you all succeed in life.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. LJR Committee Chair Courts.
Nothing really from me, as LJR had our last meeting last week. Thank you all for this year. And if you're not coming back, I wish you luck on whatever you have coming next. I'm still working on my transition binder. I accidentally just deleted it and I can't find it in the trash files, so I might have to restart it. But besides that, if you want to run for the position, I'm here now and I'll be here next semester if you have any questions.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none. SBA Committee Chair Hamid.
Hey everyone, hope you're all having a great week. So we had our last SBA meeting. We played SBA Bepardy, which is like Jeopardy but Bepardy. We had chill time, really fun. Learned that Amanda and Andrea do not know me that well, but we go on. Also, congrats to all the grads. I hope you like the cakes and the treats. Thank you again to Pro Temp Morissette for helping me get the cake and the cookies and the treats. And also Brody for getting you guys in here. And also Chair Courts for helping set up with us. It was a really big help. Okay, also best for last committee announcements. My turn. Okay, so thank you to the SBA committee. No matter when or how long you've been a part of it, your continued dedication to helping your fellow Knights is really admirable. I'm really proud of all the accomplishments we've done this session. It sometimes feels like every week you're taking baby steps to your goal, but after a whole semester, you've done a whole marathon. So thanks for electing me as your chair and allowing me to see your goals and ambitions grow every week. You've all helped me grow so much as a leader, and I can't repay you enough. Also, shout out to the top 7 vice chair ever. She's a 4-lifer. I'll tell her that later, because yeah, that's it.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Confirmations, none. Internal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, none. Notice of legislation on third reading. Here we go, guys. We can get through this. We can do it. I mean, we have to, but I mean, like, we can get through this in a timely manner. Okay. All right, Internal Bill 56. What is that? I don't see that. 56, 36? 36? 56? 36? 36. All right. Internal Bill 5636 updates to Title VI, paid endorsement. Senator Borges. Is there a motion for a 5-10-10 with 2-minute response and questioning and 2-minute debate and speech time? Any objections? All right, seeing none, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
It hasn't changed. I yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Koyazo.
To debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Joliker.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 32 to 1-0, Internal Bill 5636 passes on third reading. All right, and I don't mean, if anyone has like a genuine question or like genuine debate, please do not feel like socially like peer pressure to not do it. Like if you have a genuine question, please ask. But for bills like this, it doesn't hurt to just go speed through it. Okay. Internal Bill 5649 updates to Title III, moving times of adjournment to Senate rules. Senator Gaudio, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I move to see this as a block with Resolution 5621.
All right, there's been a motion to see Internal Bill 5649 as a block with Resolution 5621. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Hey, we saw this on second reading last week. It's straightforward. It's in the name. We're taking times of adjournment from Title III to the Senate rules. So if we want to change it later, it's way easier on our end. I yield.
All right, we're now in for questioning. Are there any questions? Trejo Hernandez.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Metellus.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw? Okay, go ahead.
I move to see the Student Government Advisors Amendments on Resolution 5621.
All right.
I'll pick them up.
There's been a motion to see the amendments on Resolution 5621. Any objections? Seeing none, if you want to take them, Collazo. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, these are simple amendments. This is a correct terminology. I yield.
All right, we're now in for questioning. Gaudio.
I move to approve this amendment through general consent.
Okay. Is that just, there's been a motion? Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Oh, that is so much easier. Why didn't we do this the whole time? It's the last meeting. Okay, we're gonna keep doing that. any further debate on the bills? Chair Hernandez.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on Internal Bill 5649 and Resolution 5621. All right, with a vote count of 34 to 1 to 0, Internal Bill 5649 and Resolution 5621 pass on third reading. All right. That is one thing. Okay, pause. That is one thing I will say to whoever the new Senate president is, and I'll look at the camera if they're watching the live too. Learn Robert's rules better than I did, because that was so much easier. We could have done that the whole time. That would have saved so much time. Okay, it's okay. Okay. All right, Internal Bill 5652 updates to Title III, unobjectionable vote of no confidence. Chair Kringle, who's going to take? Oh my gosh, there he is. Okay.
Present voting.
Chair Kringle, present and voting, so noted at 7:55 p.m. Do you want to take your bill, or do you need a second?
Yeah, we can honestly. I don't know what's happened to it since last meeting, so
I think it.
Same thing. Okay.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Cool. I guess we can just yield the questioning and we'll go back to speech if we need.
All right, we're now on questioning. Any questions, courts?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Colazo.
Move to that.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 34 to 3 to 0, Internal Bill 5652 passes on third reading. Internal Bill 5653 updates to Title VI requirement for a list of presidential campaign staff. Vice Chair Gaudio, whenever you're ready.
Hang on, 5653, right?
Yeah.
All right, excellent. Once again, we saw this on second reading. What this essentially does is, for those who were not present last week, it would require that presidential tickets must submit a list of people who are aiding them in active campaigning, with the idea of ensuring that the election commission can have a better idea of who is actively affiliated with what ticket, to sort of remove the guesswork on their end during a violation hearing. With that, I yield.
All right, we're now line for questioning. Are there any questions? Ruben.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Gaudio.
I move to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Vice Chair Gaudio's amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none.
Hey, so as was mentioned in open forum, some of the former presidential ticket candidates came forward to me with concerns about this. It was also something that the student body president had also expressed mild concern to me about. And looking back, it's kind of not really necessary to the intents and purposes of the bill. By a candidate allowing someone to aid them in active campaigning, they are taking responsibility for that person and saying, yes, this person has been educated on what is and is not allowed. And if they do something that is not allowed, then I will take responsibility for it. So I think it's kind of not really necessary as well. And with that, I yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Lazo.
No, I have a question.
That's fine.
I'm just a little confused, as I feel like the informational sessions are important. Can you just elaborate why you chose to just completely eliminate the informational sessions rather than just have different, I guess, versions of it or smaller versions of it, if the issue is that they're too difficult for volunteers to go to or for EC to hold?
Absolutely. So sort of the problem with requiring them to attend an informational session at all is there are a lot of tickets where they'll have a friend of a friend or what have you say, hey, I'm helping this one person campaign, and someone will go, oh, great, sure, can I help? Yeah, sure. And if you require them to attend an informational session, they can't really do that spontaneous assistance. And as was mentioned during open forum as well, it's kind of up to the whim of the Election Commission. While I have faith that the Election Commission will do them in good faith, there are still preset times that informational sessions would be done, and it kind of takes out that spur of the moment. Yeah, I can help today, but I'm not really available for the rest of the week. And again, I believe that it's sufficient for a candidate to be responsible for their volunteers, for them to be responsible to educate their volunteers. So,
Shen.
My interpretation of this bill is that it was just to provide more, just more systems for somebody running a campaign and to keep it more professional and to keep it more tidy. Does this not, at least in your opinion, does it not slightly take that away and go back to providing less standards for a campaign for our presidential candidates?
no, I do not believe so, because once again, I will reiterate, the presidential candidates, by placing them on that list, are taking responsibility for those individuals. And when the Election Commission is having a violation hearing in front of them, what matters is, was this person on the list? The prerequisites for the list they don't really matter within the context of a violation hearing. And the purposes of this is to clear up gray area or muddy waters with regards to violation hearings.
Okay, Varela.
2, if I may.
You may, and you also do have 2 minutes to answer, but you're doing good so far. But yeah, go ahead.
I just kind of want to follow up on something you said and answer your first question. You said that if this amendment doesn't pass, it would kind of prevent people from one random day saying, hey, can you help on my campaign? And them saying, yeah, I just, pick up a random person, like a friend, to go help. Wouldn't that bill do this anyway? Because you need to submit that person to the election commissioner for authorization before they can do any active campaigning?
So that is a good question. The current wording of the bill is that the list is considered upon being received, signed, and dated. And especially if this is during a voting period, the supervisor of elections, he's going to be working like crazy. I know that there are hourly requirements for how much time they have to put in every week during the election period. I forgot what it was off the top of my head, but have I already answered the question, or should I kind of keep going?
Sure.
Yeah, so I think it's more about how you said that the issue with this part of the bill is that it would not allow someone helping on the campaign to hop in one day if they're not free the rest of the week, right? But the issue with that, even before the voting period, is that they still need to have their name submitted, right? So say if you were running for president and you say, hey, JC, help me out real quick, this was one day, I couldn't do that anyway because you would need to submit my name to the election commissioner for authorization. That probably takes more than a few hours, I would assume.
Okay, I follow now. So that is a valid concern, but that more so falls upon the Election Commission, and I believe that kind of falls outside of the scope of what this bill is trying to accomplish. Because yes, you can make the argument of, well, they're going to be delayed anyway because of the supervisor. However, having to attend an informational session, it would be placing a burden upon a direct burden upon the volunteer that they have to meet, rather than just, we have to wait for this to get processed and then you're good to go.
Okay. Johnson Lazo.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not missing it. Is there anywhere in here that specifically states that by adding this volunteer to a list that presidential candidate is taking responsibility over them and making sure they're educated?
Yes. So, well, okay. So in the bill, the election commission, throughout the various violation hearings, including throughout this year, if you are affiliated with a candidate and you are actively campaigning, that ticket is I believe it might be elsewhere in Title VI, just not contained within this bill. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Yep.
So then, in essence, taking away the fact that the volunteer would have to attend an informational session, aren't we putting the presidential tickets in more danger by like not having their volunteers be properly educated if it's like not required?
Well, so you could make that argument that you are putting that candidate in more danger, but the ticket must have also attended. They have to attend an informational session. So the ticket is aware of all of this. And when they're making that active choice to bring that person onto that campaign, is expected that what they learned from the informational session has been conveyed to that person. And if they were unsure about anything, they could have directed that person to the proper authorities.
Awesome.
So to follow up on this responsibility line of thinking and to what Grouse had mentioned in his open forum, taking the example of the libelous election violation hearing, wouldn't it have then an informational session held by the election commission on that person who was a volunteer or who was a campaign staffer have prevented that measure on both Grouse's part and the part of Donahue?
I cannot say because I am not a part of the election commission. I do not know what standard they used. However, I do.
Can I rephrase that?
Go ahead.
So I wasn't asking about the election commission's part. I was asking more on the part where both the ticket and the member of their campaign both weren't informed about this. So it's both negating the argument that it's up to the presidential ticket, as well as if an informational session was had, that libelous incident wouldn't have occurred. So I'm just confused as to where this idea that the informational session is both a responsibility because it's not here in the bills, or how informational sessions being removed from the bill would help those situations. If you could elaborate on that.
So to start, just because someone has attended an informational session does not automatically mean that they're going to immediately automatically know, okay, this is that it would have prevented it entirely had that person been required to attend one. In addition, give me a second to think of how to phrase this. You could make the argument that as it stands right now, candidates already have to educate the people who are assisting them. That is sort of that standard that is already there. And if a candidate neglects that, then that is what violation hearings are for. The purpose of this is not to try and prevent violation hearings from happening to begin with. It is to make the job of the election commission easier by removing gray area on who is and who is not affiliated with a campaign.
All right, courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Okay, I'll do Joliker, Reed, Lipner.
Hello, Senate. I will be voting in favor of this amendment, and I'm going to lay out my reasoning why. If this amendment is not passed, I will not be voting in favor of this bill, because with the context that we've now been given under further review, I believe that if we do not pass this amendment, we are hurting grassroots candidates for our elections. Doing this will essentially make it so that only establishment candidates in a way, if you want to put it that way. Only establishment candidates will have a realistic shot of ever winning the presidency because, well, let's just put it this way. College students are not exactly known for being punctual. If we only have one or a set number of informational sessions for students to attend, what if they're working? What if their car, what for whatever reason, what if they can't attend? This promotes the risk. This opens the possibility of us essentially dooming a grassroots campaign because they could lose several or even a majority of their willing volunteers just because they couldn't attend one session where they're realistically, I'm just putting it out there, they're probably not really learning that much. And as we've been asking the questions here about
Point of order, Senator Jolliger, decorum.
It's okay, just keep going. Yeah, just keep it respectful because those are information sessions that they work hard to conduct. So yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
All right, my bad. I'm just gonna, okay, so this is not an unrealistic thing that is never normally done in real practice.
We also have 10 seconds remaining.
In business, okay. Agents work under brokers, nurses work under doctors for their license. Having the presidential candidate be the one responsible is an accepted way of conducting business or any such thing.
All right, Reed, and yeah, remember the 2-minute limit.
Thank you. So I actually think that an informational session is very valuable. And as we all ran for Senate, we all had to attend an informational session as well as a candidate. And you know that there were multiple informational sessions given as well. Now, I do understand the sentiments that were presented in open forum and that Gaudio presented himself, but I do believe that some of the situations that did occur during this recent election would not have occurred if it weren't for maybe an informational session. I know personally, my boyfriend had to sit in on several affidavit hearings because of a lot of lack of information, if you will. Some maybe targeting as well, but that's neither here nor there. But I do believe that without an informational session, maybe some of these situations would not have occurred. And I do think it would be valuable to have some sort of informational session or even an alternate, whether they had to look at a slideshow or watch a video that was presented. I don't think these things are unreasonable to ask of people to do, especially if they want to be able to help increase the student body or help, support student government in some sort of way. I do think that is valuable. And we need to understand that, it is the job of the Election Commission to educate individuals, and we had to do it as well as candidates. So why shouldn't we, have to help our volunteers or whoever, attend these informational sessions or learn about what they are really advocating for in the first place? As a whole, again, I am in favor of the informational sessions as I stated, so I will be voting no on this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Lipner.
Yeah, I kind of sit in the middle of all three of the prior speakers. I really respect what Senator Reed and Chair Lazo just recently mentioned about having that information available and accessible, and it's really only as simple as going to a session and getting that information told to you. But at the same time, information sessions are only held up until that declaration of candidacy period and is not really held in the period between declaration of candidacy and the voting period, which is what this bill is trying to fix. So realistically, I don't see how the Election Commission would hold these informational sessions. That would basically only be done for individuals who are trying to help campaign and not people who are actually campaigning. And as a result, I would be more in favor of a virtual option or some other form of like PowerPoint presentation or some other form of informational method as opposed to a session, because I think that those sessions are not feasible to be held at that period.
May I provide a point of order from Luke about the informational sessions timeline?
Sure.
So there have been instances where they've been able to do those informational sessions for candidates, both presidential or Senate, after that deadline has passed, because they don't have the timeline or the feasibility for that candidate to go to those already set ones. And it's also mentioned in their communications that they can make extra ones if the candidate so needs it or if the volunteer so needs it in the situation.
May I retain the rest of my time?
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that what I meant by feasibility, I understand that the election commission is extremely busy during this time period. Getting ready for the voting period, getting everything ready for the elections is absolutely a full-time job. And to add on more informational sessions seems a little unfeasible. I would, like I said, be more in favor of some other form of virtual option to be administered by the president to make sure that it is, or the presidential candidate, pardon, to ensure that that is their responsibility.
Cardio.
The point has been mentioned by previous speakers that the election commission can host more informational sessions, and I would like to place emphasis on the word can. I personally do not believe that the success or volunteering teams of a candidate should be left up to the will of the election commission, because again, they have many other things that they have to do.
Okay. Shen Escobar Reed.
You know, just to preface, I really enjoyed this piece of legislation in its prior state. I strongly suggest not voting in favor of this amendment. I think it undermines the overall legislation. I think the whole point of this legislation is to set higher standards for our elections to avoid some of the things that happen. This is just adding another easier pathway. And to kind of refute what was said earlier by Senator Jolliger, yes, we all know college students are not punctual. Very true. But the whole point of this is if you're going to be doing something like student government, if you're going to be running for student body president, if you're going to assist it, you're just going to have to get those skills. So why are we questioning this? Just go to an information session, do what you have to do, run a clean campaign. That's all I can say.
Escobar.
I will say I'm personally in favor of the amendment. Historically, informational sessions have only been for candidates and tickets, and also like election season is a very busy time for the election commission. Hosting, even if there are set informational session dates and times, there are hundreds of volunteers that may want to volunteer. There is the possibility of multiple candidates and tickets who may want volunteers and active campaigners on their staff and may want to add them later on, like before, and having them have to attend an informational session places just a lot of burden on everyone. So I'll be voting in favor of the amendment.
Reed.
I completely understand a lot of the sentiments that have been said about, time being an issue and things such as that. I think maybe some sort of solution could kind of meet in the middle where there is information that can be distributed to volunteers, but that maybe doesn't require sitting in on a meeting or things like that. I think maybe a video, a PowerPoint, something along those lines so that the rules are explicitly laid out to individuals so we don't have other situations that occurred this last previous session, because I know that was pretty frustrating and taxing on the election commission and for those involved as well. So I think if we kind of are able to find a way to meet in the middle, provide information to volunteers that they are required to know, but without having to have them divert even more additional time to sit in on an informational session as well, I think that could be beneficial to both the ticket and to their volunteers.
Okay, I see hands, but I think we know which way we're voting, to be honest. Banesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. For me, the two amendments are the same color, but we're just voting on Gaudio's amendments. Okay, with a vote count of 25 to 12 to 0, the amendment passes because that's 2/3, right? Okay, yeah, so the amendment passes. All right, Muratov.
I'm sorry for making you guys going through it again, but I have another amendment.
All right.
Motion to see my amendment.
I object.
I object. Oh,
Do you withdraw?
No.
Who objected first? Laza? Okay. So the objection first, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
So this amendment already exists in our election statutes. Presidential tickets already need to attend an informational session before they can even become a ticket. So there really is no need for this amendment to exist. It would just be redundant and also kind of makes no sense within this bill at all.
Yeah, that is kind of already a thing.
Okay, so I'm going to change the amendment then. It's just crossing out the entire H section.
Okay.
I still have time to explain, right?
Sure.
Okay, so the explanation is there because right now it says that only students who have been authorized by the ticket shall be permitted to assist. But I think this really makes a lot of situations undermining a lot of tickets in a lot of ways. By this I mean, like, okay, what if you give up merch, like as you're campaigning to some people, like a hat with your
Point
thing.
of order, you're not allowed to do that during the period of elections. So
yeah.
What?
Candidates are not allowed to give merch as it could be seen as bribes, especially if it has their stuff on.
Okay, no merch.
I would also like to raise a point of order.
Go ahead.
The amendment that is currently being discussed right now is not the one which was initially moved for.
Yeah. So do you want to then, are you changing the amendment?
Yes,
So then, do you want to rescind that first amendment?
I won.
And then, okay. So then, and then you're gonna work on a new amendment.
Yes.
Okay. So then it looks like now we're just gonna be still in debate time. It looks like Senator Johnson is working on amendment, but not quite done. Okay. Is your new amendment done, Muratov?
Yes.
Okay, so
Motion to see my amendment.
there's been a motion to see Muratov's amendment. Are there any objections?
I object.
Okay. Okay. Do you withdraw?
No.
Okay. We'll take Lazo. Do you want to take it?
Given also that the author of this bill objected to the amendment and the fact that by removing this H period, it kind of negates the entire purpose of the bill and that we're trying to prevent unauthorized students who can cause harm to the ticket. I really don't see how this amendment should really even be passed. It makes no sense. It negates the entire purpose of the bill. And also, I would like to reiterate, when an author doesn't agree with the amendment, I really think that there is a crucial issue with the amendment at hand, and it negates the purpose of the bill.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
I don't see no issues with this amendment. I see issues without this amendment because the issues might arise very quickly when the people that just wanted to, maybe you have like a candidate's business card. Like I've seen a lot of candidates tickets giving out the business card. And so like what, if you have a business card and you show it to your friends, are you actively campaigning? One can argue that. And affidavits can quickly go against each other, and it might start an affidavit war of like, hey, I seen this person giving out business cards. I mean, showing that he has a business cards. Hey, here's an affidavit, and it's like it would create a lot of problems and actually like an affidavit war, which I do not see will benefit anyone in presidential elections, especially not electoral commission who had to go through it. And so for the sake of sanity for electoral commission in general, I suggest that this amendment is very much needed. And it's also, while we'll be saving the intent of the original bill by you have to still do a list of all the registered people you will help with your elections. I mean, with your campaigning. Yeah, I would yield.
All right. We're in a 5-minute period of debate. I'll do Gaudio, Varela, and then Corelli.
May I retain?
You may.
This amendment basically kills the bill. Please vote in favor of the objection to just not see it entirely. I move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. All right, remember, objection is yes, that's Lazo, meaning we will not see the amendment. Motion is no, that's Muratov, meaning we will see the amendment and still go through voting on the amendment. This is just to see the amendment. All right, with a vote count of 35 to 0 to 1, the objection passes, so we will not see this amendment. Okay. All right, Johnson.
Motion to see my amendment and Delex Colazzo's as a friendly, along with Chair Courts.
Okay, and then the other ones too, or no?
Yes, we can see them all. Everyone's helping me out. Thank y'all.
Okay, there's been a motion to see. This would be the rest of the amendments on the page. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Okay, you guys. Oh my gosh, last session, and I like made my first amendment on a bill. I'm feeling like Delex Colazzo over here. So I think this is such a great compromise because I agree. I do think that volunteers need to be educated, but I guess I get it. You know, you don't want to come to a session, and I do feel like it would put a lot on the election commission. You know, like speaking to like 200 people or such. So I just feel like this is a nice middle ground. They get on the list, and then they get the little packet, whether they read it or not. I feel like that's actually perfect because we're all college students. You should be reading your syllabi, so same thing. So if you violate those rules because you didn't read them, so bad, so sad for your ticket. You should have read the papers. Yes, I yield.
All right, we're now on a period of questioning. Are there any questions? Banesh?
Move to debate.
All right, we're now in a period of debate. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Okay, Joliker, Lazo, Lipner.
I do like this amendment. I think this is an exceptional compromise. My only concern would be if it's physical printing, then who would be paying for that? But if a PowerPoint or video works as well, then I see no issues. I also apologize for what I said earlier. I wasn't really thinking when I said, the thing about information sessions. But yeah, I like this amendment and move to vote.
I object.
I withdraw.
Lazo.
I can yield to Colazzo. I agree with that, but go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I move to separate Senator Reed's amendments from the oh my god, I don't even know the initial amendment. Senator Johnson's amendment.
All right, there's been a motion to separate Reed's amendments. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now just seeing it without Reed's. All right. Lipner.
May I retain?
No, not yet. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, love this. I think this is basically what I was hinting towards in my earlier debates, and I'm glad to see it came to fruition. Thank you all for helping it happen.
Gaudio.
Will you see my amendments to your amendment just as friendlies? They're just switching a couple words around.
Anything for you, Gaudio.
All right, Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendments besides Reed's. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 34 to 1 to 0, the amendments pass. Reed. There's been a motion to see Senator Reed's amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
I was just laying out like specifications so that it can't be misconstrued in any way. That's all I yield.
Courts.
Can you see me and Vice Chair Gaudio's amendments as friendly to yours?
Okay. Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Lipner.
Move to see mine as a technical friendly. I'm just like removing the S on PowerPoints.
Yeah. Banesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Colazzo and then Gaudio.
Okay. So the reason why I motioned to see this as a separate amendment is because I don't think this is entirely necessary to include these things. I think the informational packets will come very informative and very descriptive. I just don't think that we should be outlining exactly what needs to be included and what not needs to be included. I understand that has but are not limited to. However, I think we should leave that up to the discretion of the election commission.
I also will say this is, I don't think, has precedence. I don't think anywhere else do we dictate what kind of programming or documents need to contain like different forms of documents. And I don't think this should be like statute. I think it should be determined by the election commission what is relevant and what is not relevant to give to a student who's aiding a campaign. So I urge you all to not vote in favor of these amendments. But yeah.
Claudio.
So I hear the previous sentiments. I understand where they are coming from. I do disagree with them in that I believe that these amendments do still afford the election commission some autonomy in authorizing other forms. However, it outlines a statutory basis, and I believe this is important because our elections are so important that there should be constants that are always acceptable and not necessarily leaving everything up to the discretion of the election commission. I believe it is, especially with how opaque the election commission can be at certain points involving standards or precedent. And so I believe that just having a basic outline of these are always accepted, but election commission can allow more is a very good addition.
Collazo.
Thank you. I mean, to really speak more on the amendment, it starts off by saying informational packets include but are not limited to, and then section 3 is printable packets. The one amendment is redundant of itself. Again, I just don't think this is necessary. I really do think if all the information that is going to be included in these packets should be up to the discretion of the election commission. I really don't see why we need to include specifically videos and PowerPoints and then repeat. I mean, it's been changed to printable pages, but that's the same thing as a packet. But yeah.
Lazo.
So to clarify that question, most of our informational packets in this digital world are digital, and printable packets can be more accessible for some people. I, for example, cannot learn through a digital screen because I need that physical touch in order to learn something. So having that printable pages just makes it more accessible to certain students who may need it. On top of that, informational packets may include is basically legal schmeagle for saying something that should be enacted but doesn't have to be. You're not going to be held in non-compliance, or you're not going to be any less or any more in trouble as part of an EC if you don't do that. So I really think that this amendment gives it enough, just basically gives them enough wiggle room so they can be good election commissioners and still be able to help and inform their community without being held in non-compliance. As we all know, Senate doesn't like vagueness. We're going to be seeing amendments on my past bill because of how big it was. So I really think that this is just going to help everyone, and there's nothing wrong with this amendment, and I highly encourage you all to pass it.
All right. I think we probably know how we're voting on this amendment. Okay, Marcia.
Yeah, question to the author of the amendment. This would, actually, never mind.
Okay, Ganesh.
Move to vote. I withdraw.
All right, Lipman.
Motion to see my new amendments as friendly, so just adding the may and then changing printed packets to printable pages.
Okay. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, are now in voting procedures on all those amendments. All right, with a vote count of 27 to 7 to 1, the amendments pass. We're still in debate on the bill. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. right, with a vote count of 30 to 4 to 0, internal bill 5653 passes on third reading. All right, internal bill 5653 updates to Title 12. Senator Muratov, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yes. So hello guys. This is the third and final reading for my internal bill 5656, which updates Title 12. And so it updates it. It updates in such a way. So it was inspired by my prior bill 5655, which was passed last week, and it kind of goes along with it in a way to future-proof. While 5655 trying to resolve the issue we had in a gap recently, and at this point, I think everybody knows what happened. But 5656, the one that we are voting right now, is kind of goes beyond this and says, hey, if we had some issues with the day the capital went, why there would be logically like a probability of same issues arising with similar events that were hosted by the student government and by the ASNF funds. And so this bill is also helping those students who will be denied in such an event to grant like some justice in a way of granting them a reason why they got denied on the request, of course. So if some people don't get it, it's not like you should give a reason for everybody that got denied. It's only if the person who got denied and requested for it within a year. And with that, I would yield.
All right, we are now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Courts?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Lipner.
I had a question, but I figured it'd just be easier to ask the chair if I could direct a question to Muratov now.
Yeah.
Do you have any concern with this, or sorry, what would be the process of like going against this decision if someone decided that they weren't happy with the rationale that was made? Like, what's the purpose of this being sent out in the first place?
Yes. So what this bill does is making sure that the person would get reasoning, and this reasoning should be like a rationale, so it should be rational, right? And if the reasoning is not rational or some made up, not factual, it would grant more ways of person to try at least to appeal to student body president or to other position of the student body president was the person that denied the applicant. So it just make it easier, because before this, people that deny wouldn't be even forced to tell you why. So if you don't know why, you cannot repeal it. It's simpler. But if you know why, now you have at least some chances to repeal it.
Lipner.
Follow up to whoever can answer, I suppose. Is there a formal appeal process for any of these decisions? And if so, is it outlined in statutes, or if not?
Varel.
Formal, no, but because every like SG hosted event is going to be either done through most likely the executive branch. It's the president who has complete jurisdiction over all of that. So you would just kindly ask him to overturn your decision because he is like the supreme law of that branch.
He or her. Or they them. Lipner.
So then how would students know to go about that process unless being internally told to do so?
Go ahead.
I mean, I guess they wouldn't, right? Yeah.
Gaudio. All right. Courts?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 29 to 4 to 2, internal bill 5656 passes on third reading. All right. This one. This one does not have the resolution that goes along with it, right? Okay. All right, internal bill 5657 updates to Title III Aile Al Quda. Who wants to take this one up? Okay. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
So this was submitted by Aile Al Quda. These are general revisions to the responsibilities of the ELA and ILA. We saw these last time. Nothing has changed except for my amendment, and I'll explain why it's there. I yield for questioning.
We're now on for questioning. Courts?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Collazo.
I move to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Colazzo's amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Cool. Okay, so something that this is more of like a technical than anything, but I just quickly wanted to explain it. So initially, the ILA crossed out SG executive branch because she moved it down to the ILA to her responsibilities. However, we put it back as like a brand new amendment, but technically it's already in statutes. So we just had to unstrike it out to have a proper amendment. So with that, I move to approve this motion with general consent.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, it's approved. Gosh, I love that. I really hope you guys, whoever's next session, like you have to use that. Okay, Collazo.
I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Did you say object? Okay, do you withdraw?
Yes.
Okay, Lipner.
Just real quick, Brody, can you fix that technical with the list? I think you're doing it now. Thank you. With that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 33 to 0 to 1, internal bill 5657 passes on third reading. Internal bill 5658 updates to Title 14 Student Government Caucuses. Okay, this is the one. Cheryl Kuda, and then this one is seen with, is it resolution 5626? Okay, is there a motion to see internal bill 5658 and resolution 5626 as a block? Any objections? Okay, seeing none, Vice Chair Hamid.
Hi guys. So don't have a speech ready, but so I'll do it off the dome. But so this is just adding the Arab Caucus as a permanent caucus. The Arab Caucus over the past session has done a lot to help the Arab community and kind of be that representation for them in student government where they really haven't had a voice yet. So shout out to Chair Halima. She's done a lot of great work over the session to connect student government to these different RSOs and different resources to really bring Arab student concerns to student government and address them. And I yield to questioning.
All right, we're now in for questioning. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Barola.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're not in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 35 to 0 to 0, internal bill 5658 and resolution 5626 pass on third reading. Internal bill 5659 updates to Title V, Zila Collazo. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Nothing has changed as last time. It's the same thing. Again, to the reasoning and why we put it in statutes to hold them to a higher standard, as they are the final word when it comes to our constitution and our statutes. With that, I yield for questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Oh, Rickett.
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Rickett.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 33 to 0, Internal Bill 5659 passes on third reading. Internal Bill 5660 updates to Title 8 Marketing Requirements. Chair Kaufman, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, this passed unanimously last week, and nothing has changed. This just provides a guideline for how RSOs should properly advertise their events. I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions of Joliker?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Gaudio.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 32 to 0, Internal Bill 5660 passes on third reading. Internal Bill 5661 updates Title 8, streamlining the CRT and FAO spending policy. Senator Sherman, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yep, no changes since last week on here. Just rearranges the chapters of Title 8. Doesn't actually change any languages, so I will yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Lipner.
Move to debate.
There's been a, now I'm getting all going really fast. There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 31 to 0, Internal Bill 5661 passes on third reading. Internal Bill 5662 updates to Title 4, the Presidential Cabinet. Chair Escobar, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, I didn't present this last meeting, but it seemed to pass favorably on second reading. What this bill does basically is add it to where the student body president and vice president can at any time after the initial report of like the cabinet positions and their duties, they may change it during the year. This is due to like some just allowing them to like change the duties of a position or add a new position, remove a position, if one position becomes like federally an issue, they may remove it and replace it with something else. They may also like, if they need to provide extra positions to a department, if they need more help or add assistants under coordinators or directors, just adding it so that the executive branch can like fully function and do all of its duties. I yield my time for questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Any debate? Gaudio.
May I retain?
You may.
I would not attach my name to it if I didn't think it was great. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 31 to 0, Internal Bill 5662 passes on third reading. Internal Bill 5664, updates to Title 6, internalizing supervisor of elections appointing Chair Kringle. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't here to introduce this last week, but basically the main reason for writing this bill was we were approached by Supervisor Brown, basically just kind of with some new updates to Title VI and some things that would make the process easier for the Election Commission, as they are majority controlled by statutes, unlike any other branch. So one thing I think we want to fix with that is making the supervisor of elections, and you guys, sorry if I heard this last week, making the supervisor elections something that is appointed within the committee and voted on within the committee, instead of something appointed by the president. Now, the main reason for this, I see from my mind, the best thing for this is because of bias. I think if we want the Election Commission to be the most non-biased source, having the president appoint someone, even though it's somebody within the committee that's served there for a year, I think it's better that the Election Commission have someone that they want to serve that position, and someone, the most non-biased source we can get, holding that position, because it's such an internal and important part of our elections. So with that, we had that in the language. Basically, internally, it'll be voted on by a majority vote to then be confirmed by Senate. I do believe the current amendments in there are recommended by Supervisor Brown as well, but I'm open to anything. So I'll yield.
We're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? All right, I'll take a motion. Lipner.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Collazo.
I move to see my amendments.
There's been a motion to see Collazo's amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Okay. So, while, sending the supervisor back to Senate for us to approve, I can see the idea behind it. However, I do see it as a little bit redundant, as each of the commissioners have been appointed and confirmed by us, meaning that we believe that they'll enforce the election statutes, and all of them could possibly be the supervisor, assistant supervisor of elections. So I think that we should put a little trust into the commissioners in regards to electing their own leadership. If this is the route we're taking, I mean, this is precedence. The Florida Chief Justice is elected by his own fellow justices. I know there's some concerns in regards to, the leadership and the proposal and the initiatives. However, if the commissioners feel as though that this leader will lead them to a successful year in running the elections, I think that we should be able to trust them on that. With that, I yield.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Varela.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate on the amendment. Morissette, Lipner.
Mayor Jane.
You may.
Yeah, this amendment looks good. It kind of is the same process that we have with committee chairs. We already elected our senators. Just let the committee choose their committee chairs. And with that, I move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on the amendment. All right, with a vote count of 29 to 2 to 0, the amendments pass. We're still in debate on the bill. Gaudio.
I will be voting in negation of this bill, as the president is responsible for all other appointments. They are aware of the responsibilities of the position of the supervisor, where the election commission may not necessarily understand all of the responsibilities that that position really entails, because their job is not to make those appointments decisions. Their job is to run the elections. They have to be aware with the Title VI, kind of adding that to their plate of figuring out who's going to be a good leader. That is a bit of an ask. In addition, the Senate does not have a way of removing the supervisor of elections without removing them as an election commissioner entirely. And the election commission themselves would have no way of removing the supervisor that they instilled. a comparison was drawn in second reading about how Senate can remove our leadership. Senate chooses their own leadership positions, but we can remove them with a simple majority vote, whereas the Election Commission cannot. There was also a note with regards to bias concerning the appointment of the supervisor, to which I respond that that is why we must confirm the appointees. That is the role of the Senate, to ensure that they are qualified, to make sure that the supervisor is properly equipped for the elections, and to help manage the commission.
All right, any further debate? Escobar.
I'll be voting in favor of this piece of legislation. This is like a step in giving the Election Commission more autonomy. As previous statements have said, us as committees, we elect our own chairs, and this would be changing it from an appointment to an election, which makes sense as it's the Election Commission. So I encourage you all to vote in favor.
Okay, I'll do Benesh, Varela, Lazo.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections?
I object.
All right, do you withdraw? Okay, Varela.
Yeah, I also want to say that I was one of the no votes during the first time this bill was around, and my main problem was the appointment thing that would make it the only position in student government where you're confirmed but not appointed to your position, which is always weird. But now that that's been cleared by this amendment, I will be voting yes, and I encourage you all to as well too, because again, I kind of think that it's important for the Election Commission to be wholly independent. As far as I know, in our real government, the election commissioner is elected for each jurisdiction. Obviously, that's probably not feasible in our student government, but in general government, there's not a lot of precedent for the president appointing supervisor elections, because if you think about it, it's kind of weird for the president who could be running for re-election, or maybe a friend of theirs be running for election, appoint somebody who's going to run the elections. So I just think it's a good thing to just decouple them from the president. Move the vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, or now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 29 to 3-0, Internal Bill 5664 passes on third reading. Internal Bill 5666 updates to Title VI, giving election commissioners more autonomy. Chair Karingal, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Cool. Yeah, I think we saw this last week too. Looks like it passed pretty favorably. So unless anyone has any questions, I'll yield for that.
All right, we're now late for questioning. Are there any questions? Colazo.
Sorry. I have a motion to make. I move to see Internal Bill 56, 66, 67, and 68 as a block.
There's been a motion to see Internal Bills 56, 66, 67, and 68 as a block. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Would you like to, I'll give you some time to elaborate on the other ones too, if you'd like to. Okay. All right, then we're still in line for questioning. Are there any questions about any of these? Escobar.
I'm just seeking clarification for 5666. What it can you remind me what exactly it's doing? Because I don't see what the bill is doing, in regards to formatting.
Main thing is it's taking the responsibilities of the election commissioners and just kind of giving it to the broad election commission. Just to kind of clarify that kind of language instead of pinning it on the commissioners, the commission as a whole.
Morissette.
So I know you weren't here last week, so I don't think you were here for the introduction of this amendment, but in Internal Bill 5668, it now has that Senate has to approve all the changes that's made to the ERP in resolution form. I know since you have more conversation with the supervisor of elections, do you believe this is something that I guess would be helpful to the commission, or something even in your own point of view as author is still in line with what was the previous intention of the bill?
This is for 68, correct? Yes. I mean, I think anything just to kind of help them operate a little easier would be helpful. I think a resolution might be easier and quicker to pass, but I think it still kind of takes away from their autonomy in the sense that it would be that I think the reason for the ERP was just to kind of get away from Senate having to prove every little thing about their committee or that's their commission and everything that they do. So I think making it requiring resolution to change the ERP kind of completely negates the purpose of it. But I haven't heard anything from the election supervisor now.
Borges.
Sorry, I have two questions.
Go
if I
ahead.
can. Because the first one's regarding 5666. Are you able to explain why the two meetings throughout the entire year the commissioners have to attend was stricken?
Oh, that is a part of that one too. Sorry. Yeah. So this is also because through because that was something that was implemented pretty recently for them to attend an EA meeting, but through the year we've just kind of seen that it hasn't really made that much of a difference and really just been used against them. It's been harder for them to make those meetings and attend. So as long as we keep the language in there that by the request of the committee and the chair that to attend a meeting that they will, but otherwise we're just kind of taking out that requirement for them to attend those meetings as it just hasn't really done much this year.
And my second, the second one's regarding 5668. So I know we kind of just talked about Senate approving it. What vote count, or would you want a majority or 2/3, or like what is the number we need to approve that?
To approve like a resolution?
So to approve the election commission's election rules of procedure.
I think a majority vote would work. Totally fine.
Okay. Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Escobar. There's been a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Okay. Okay, it looks like there's some amendments going on. Colazo. Okay. Varela.
Move to vote.
There's amendments.
On which bill?
56, 58, 68.
I don't see it. Oh, there is. It's gray. My bad.
No. Are you still working on it? Okay. In the meantime, does anyone have any debate? Morissette.
Yeah, I like the bill in its original format. I don't think having Senate vote on their rules of procedure makes sense, especially since the point Brody made last week where we don't have a check on any of our things other than our bills, but like our resolutions, we don't really have our check because those are signed by myself as well as the Senate president. So having the election commission then still kind of go through the same process when we're trying to give them more autonomy, as said previously by Chair Kringle as well, is kind of redundant. I think we already have their statutes, so they can't really put anything in the ERP that doesn't go according to their statutes. So then just kind of policing another form that we're supposed to give them in terms of autonomy doesn't make sense. I voted no against that amendment last week, so I just think that's a good sentiment to put out there into the body.
Borges.
Yeah, I specifically just wanted to talk on 5666. I know there's work being done on 68. I think removing the requirement where they have to only attend 2 meetings of a committee that is very integral in the election is kind of interesting. And I don't necessarily think I'm going to be voting yes to all of them because this one's part of the block. That is half of what the bill is doing. I do support the other half, removing the student body president part from the notice of resignation, but yeah.
Colazo.
I move to see my amendments on internal bill 5668.
There's been a motion to see Colazo's amendments. Any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
No.
All right.
I withdraw.
Okay. All right. So whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So if we are going to go ahead and say that we need to approve the ERP, I do think that it should go to the proper channels. So I removed in resolution form because that literally makes no sense. But I did add that it will go through the Senate designated committee because I know we're changing all the statutes to say Senate designated committee. So obviously it will be seen by ENA first and then it'll go, and then it'll be seen by Senate. Yeah, with that, I yield.
All right, we're now line for questioning. Morset.
So how is this any different than them asking for a change to Title VI through like the internal bill process if it still has to be seen by committee and by Senate?
Could you clarify your question?
So if they have to make a change to the ERP by still having it seen through like their designated committee and by Senate, wouldn't it still necessarily be the same process as if ENA wanted, ENA or the Election Commission proposed a change to their Title VI? It's the same process, but just for two different documents. So I don't see the point of structuring it that way. If you could elaborate more as to why you structured it that way.
I structured it that way because the suggestions that the supervisor of election gives to ENA has to be approved by ENA when we change Title VI. So I'm just doing the same thing. So instead of a whole legislation or resolution being created, we just review the ERP and vote on it by a majority vote.
Okay, Claudio.
May I add on to the DLEG's answer?
Sure.
The difference between this and amending Title VI is that this would not go through a second and a third reading process. It would just hit the Senate once, and it never sees the student body president's desks. So there's also that.
Okay, any courts?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Brody.
I guess I just want to, I want to bring up or just have you guys think about the changes you're making to the 601.7A are to clarify what approved by the Senate means, but by removing in resolution form from 601.4R, you've created the same thing where it has to be approved by the Senate with ambiguity about how you approve that. So you've added clarity and removed clarity for two different processes. So just consider that.
Johnson.
Can I ask Brody a question and can I have a piece of debate?
Go ahead.
Okay, Brody. So if I just remove unless approved by the Senate, like, does that kind of fix that?
It solves that problem, but it means that if there's if it's not in Title VI and it's not in the ERP, you cannot make any other rules. Which maybe that's fine, but that's what that's clarifying, right? 601.4 is talking about rules outside of those two documents, whereas the other is talking about just the ERP.
Okay, and then your debate.
I am really conflicted, but I don't like the idea that they have to come to Senate and kind of like ask for permission, because as Pro Tempore Morset was saying before, nobody else has to do that, and no one does that to us, so I feel like it's unfair.
Okay, Gaudio.
So before I start speaking, just to double check, we're seeing DLEG Colazo's amendment, right? Alrighty. Will you see my amendment to yours as a friendly? All I did was just swap Senate and designated.
Yes.
Okay, I'll do Varela. Yeah.
Yeah, I just kind of want to talk about some of the concerns, like, about, Senate, like, I guess, controlling the ERP, or like not controlling it, but kind of approving it. Is that, and again, I'm Mr. Government, but in the real government, it's the legislature that has the power to change anything with the election. The Election Commission has almost no power in our real government. So I don't really have an issue with the Senate saying, yeah, this is okay. It's more efficient than it already is, which is fine. So I just want to put it out there that traditionally in government, the legislative branch is the one who sets the election rules and procedures.
Colazo and then Gaudio.
And to add on to that, the reason why we have so many rules and regulations with the Election Commission and the election statutes is because we created them ourselves, because they are not a branch. The Constitution clearly writes out the branches, and they have their enumerated powers and so on and so forth. So we created this body, and I think it's justified that we have an oversight over them. That's why we have an entire committee dedicated to provide oversight over the Election Commission and their statutes. I don't necessarily think that these amendments are unreasonable, and I encourage you all to vote in favor of them.
Gaudio.
To further add on a little more, I know we're kind of piling on. However, the elections are incredibly important because they quite literally decide how the entire next year is going to go. And it is important that not only is it clear, but that it is transparent and public, that everyone can look at how these elections are being run and see that they are being handled properly. By ensuring that everything has this process to go through, that there's been plenty of time for review over everything, and that there is that oversight, that is how we maintain fair and transparent elections.
Okay, courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on all of the amendments. All right, the vote count of 24 to 6 to 0, the amendments pass. Kringle.
I'm going to motion to see my amendments on 56 and or 56, 66, and 68 as a block.
56, 66, and 68. Okay. There's been a motion to see Kringle's amendments as a block. Any objections? Okay, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Cool. The one on 56, 66 is just redundant because I removed it on 68. So really just focus on 68 here. It's just removing, I think, what the amendments were made in Senate. Adding these amendments that were motioned last meeting completely just kills the bill and doesn't do what it was designed to do, because they're already required. Everything in the election commission is already required to go through Senate for any change. What making the ERP does, it doesn't change the already core factors of what we have in the titles that control them. Those are still in effect, and those would still be the overall power. They still have to abide by those rules. The ERP gives them more control for the little day-to-day things like meeting attendance and how to, assign different senators to different colleges different commissioners, different colleges to help control the election, to assign different committees. It just makes it so that their day-to-day functions that aren't the overall supervising, hey, you need polling locations here, you need to start the election here. That all is still there. That is also overpowering. We still have control over that. This just makes their lives easier so that they have control over those little things. With the amendments made last meeting, that completely negates it and keeps our titles the exact same. So I'm going to motion. That's what the amendments are, is just to get rid of what was added. So I'll yield.
Okay. Varela, Lipner.
Would you be amicable? I don't quite know what happened to the actual bill because there's it says there's a word missing. This is by blank, but whatever. Would you be amicable to the ERP just being reviewed, I guess, and approved by ENA only and not going to the Senate floor?
I'd like to hear from other senators, but honestly, no, just because, again, that's them still coming to Senate to fix something within their commission that they should still have control over.
Lipner.
With the removal of R from 601.4, do you have any concern with the election commission now being able to pass other rules of procedures outside of the election statutes or the rules of procedure, because now that's no longer specified anywhere?
I mean, no, I don't think so. At least someone can tell me from a legislative standpoint, but to my knowledge, it still keeps our titles as the overruling powers, followed by the ERP, followed by nothing else, I guess.
Okay. Seeing no further hands, I'll take a motion. Lipner.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion, move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All right, I'll do Colazo, Morissette, Escobar.
So I'll be voting in negation of these amendments. My amendments passed favorably with a good majority. So I don't think this is exactly what the majority of the body wants. Also, I do have concerns of removing R entirely of rules and procedures. I do have a concern with that again, because yes, the commission has their autonomy, but we also have to remember that it is our responsibility to make sure that they're running the commission efficiently and by the regulations, by our statutes. So I encourage you all, whoever voted for my amendments, I encourage you to vote no on this amendment.
More set.
I'll be voting in favor of this amendment. This amendment kind of reminds me of basically just like how we function in our own statutes. So within, for example, probably terrible since I'm like negating you, but like for the DLEG position, the DLEG is required to track all legislation, but it never says anywhere how they're supposed to do that. DLEG Collazo created his own process of doing that within Senate. So in statutes, he's still in accordance, but has his own kind of policy and procedure and how he does so. So this kind of reads the same way to me, how the Election Commission would still have to abide by all things in Title VI, as said by Chair Kringle, but have their own procedures in which they do so. Also, this would be a very public document, so we'd all still be able to see and read how they decide to do things. If we have problems with those there's avenues to address that, but I see the reason to have them be seen by us again, since we already have full jurisdiction over one of their governing documents.
Okay, Varela. Escobar, sorry.
Yeah, so I do have some concern over R being removed entirely. However, I do believe to give the Election Commission more autonomy, them having their own election rules of procedure being debated on and created themselves with notice given to ENA and Senate would be beneficial. I'll be voting in favor of that part, having them govern their own rules of procedure.
Kringle.
Question: am I allowed to just amend that R line to include just since it's already in the amendment? Can I just quickly? So I think we should. If we want to keep that in there, it's just double clarifying that they can't. So I don't mind keeping it.
I believe so. Right.
Can I amend my amendment to include the rest of R, even though we're in the middle of debate?
So you can either amend your amendment or you can withdraw part of your amendment, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm going to withdraw the strike through from. I'm just going to withdraw the shall not specify rules or procedures in addition to election statutes or the election rules and procedure. I'm just going to leave that last part after the comma.
Varela Johnson.
Yeah, again, I'm going to reiterate that again, the Election Commission, just in general governance, is generally governed by the legislative branch, and so our elections generally, that's kind of our job, our prerogative as kind of elected representatives. We govern how the next people are going to be elected. I think, to me, that makes sense philosophically. Again, I think I am amenable to just sending them through ENA because I understand the need for efficiency, but I do also think oversight is really important. Again, the EC is something that Senate creates, so it is kind of our job to oversee it. I don't really think it's the Senate's job to kind of start creating new bodies that are self-governing, because that's getting really dangerous close to a branch, which is generally only established by the Constitution. So I think there are just some issues with giving them full autonomy, but I want to give them more autonomy so they can efficiently change what they need to change. So again, open to someone amending it to just be ENA that it goes through. But as of now, I don't think these amendments are proper to be passed, so I'll be voting no.
Johnson.
I'm still kind of conflicted, but I do like this a lot better because, to my knowledge and from what Chair Kringle has said, it won't be changing anything super important or devastating. It's just going to change how they run their day-to-day procedures. And I feel like that's okay. I don't feel like there's a reason for us to double check how they run their day-to-day procedures.
Okay. I think we know how we're voting. Gaudio.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, are now in voting procedures on the amendments. Bless you. All right, with a vote count of 20 to 11 to 0, the amendments don't pass. Okay. We're still in debate on the bills. It needs 2/3. We're still in debate on the bills. If not, I'll take a motion. Courts.
Are all amendments no? Okay,
Oh,
never
sorry.
mind.
There's more. Who has an amendment?
No, it's 68.
Okay. Colazo.
Those were a part of my original amendments. They were just deleted.
Okay.
Like all of the blue.
Is it just being fixed?
Right. So the ending of 601.7A of and the Senate by majority vote, that just got messed up.
Okay.
The addition in 601.4 was not a part of the original amendment, so that is still there.
Okay. Colazo.
Yeah, motion to see my amendment.
There's been motion to see De La Colazo's amendment. Any objections? Okay, seeing none.
So I'm putting this amendment in because I'm trying to gander like how exactly like this could be done properly, because resolution form would imply it's a measure and therefore would have to pass through first, second, and third reading. But then on 601.7, we're just saying it has to be approved by the designated committee and then by majority vote. So since it's not a measure, yeah, that's my logic. Yeah. But if anyone has any suggestions, I'd love to hear them. I yield for questioning.
All right, Lipner, and then Brody.
We already talked about this. Motion to see this by general consent.
Or did you have a comment?
I just really quickly want to make sure to remind you these are two different things. So they don't have to align, because one is amending the ERP, one is creating rules outside of the ERP, separate from Title VI or the ERP. So they don't have to be the same. They can be, but they don't have to be.
Okay, Lipner, do you still want to see your motion?
Yes, please.
Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, it's approved. Okay, now I think we're good on amendments. I'll take a motion. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on internal bill 56, 66, 67, and 68. Any objections?
I object.
Okay, do you withdraw? Okay.
I wanted to move to break apart the block just to vote on them individually because there seems to be some concern about individual bills.
Is that how we feel? I'm just gonna more set.
Could we keep 66 and 67 a part of the block and just separate 68?
I'm very much for that, yeah.
Okay. Is there a motion to break 56, 68 from the block? Any objections? Okay, seeing none. Is there a motion to vote on internal bill 56, 66, and 67? Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. Okay, with the vote count of 28 to 3-0, internal bill 5666 and 5667 pass on third reading. Wanjin.
Present and voting.
Vice Chair Wanjin, present and voting, so noted at 9:21 p.m. We're still seeing internal bill 5668. Varela.
Motion to see my amendment on 68.
Oh, I see it. Okay. There's been a motion to see Varela's amendment. Any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
No.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. We already voted in favor that we wanted the Senate to approve the ERP, like by majority vote. So I don't see how this is going to change the opinion of whether we should include the Senate. We already agreed that we want the Senate to approve the ERP. I yield.
My understanding of the previous vote was that we didn't decide if we want just ENA or do we want all of Senate and ENA to see it. I just saw the vote count was extremely close. Almost 2/3 of the Senate wanted to change it, and I feel like that is a lot of people to just have their will subverted. So I think this is a good middle ground. So hopefully we can have more people who are happy than upset. Because again, I won't get into it because that's more the amendment, but I think that this is a different question than what we just answered.
All right, we're now in a 5-minute debate period. Let me get my timer. I'll do Karingal, Gaudio Courts.
Yeah, I fully agree with Chair Varela that this is the middle ground. The vote did just barely not pass by 20 to 11 by like one vote. I think that most people will be pretty more amendable to this middle ground of at least the Senate Designated Committee, aka probably ENA. But again, this amendment that he did create does, change the bill. I think it still should be seen, and I think that people are in agreement to it. So,
Claudio.
What did you just call me? Excuse me?
Claudio.
Sorry, I heard move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Okay. Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. Okay, with a vote count of 14 to 16 to 0, the objection fails, so we'll see the amendment. Okay. All right, whenever you're ready, Varela.
Hey y'all. Yeah, no, just seeing the vote count on the original amendment, it seems pretty clear to me that many of us, most of us, a wide majority of us even, want ENA to have at least some more autonomy. And I think it is fair to have them go through ENA only and not the full Senate floor, because that's going to take a lot longer. It makes it less efficient. So I think this is a middle ground. And I think that I did vote no on the previous amendment. I encourage you all to vote yes on this new amendment because I think it's a middle ground. I think it is fair, it's reasonable, and it is a great compromise. And that's kind of what we're here to do. We're here to compromise. So let's all vote yes and leave you happy.
We are now in line for questioning. Karingle.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion, move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'll do Morset, Banesh, Colazo.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna win, so I'll take this. This is a good middle ground, like you said previously. I did have a question, if I could ask. Would this make it one of the only measures that just in committee outside of just specific committee operations? If that makes sense.
This is not a measure, I don't believe.
I didn't know how else to word it.
Like a thing that committee votes on that doesn't get sent to Senate at all.
Yeah.
Technically, I guess so. I guess committees can vote to sponsor bills and measures, but that doesn't really matter. I guess so. Yeah. This is a bit different than the normal operation committee, so it's kind of a weird question.
Banesh.
We're in debate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm voting in negation. I know this is supposed to be a compromise, but I don't really like it. I think that EC should just, I think they deserve a lot more autonomy, and I don't really see how presenting an ENA is going to do anything for them. So yeah. Negation.
I said Colazo.
I will also be voting in negation of this amendment. I just don't think only ENA should have the sole say in regards to the ERP. I think it should be the entire Senate body. And if we do want to come up with some sort of compromise, I mean, the approval is special rules and or procedures require the Senate. So if there is a compromise to me, I feel as though it would be more, I wouldn't say better, but more reasonable to it to be voted on by the Senate and not ENA, since the members of the Senate will also consist of the members of ENA. But regardless, I think it should be passed by both. So I'll be voting in negation.
Okay, I'll do Karingle, Court, Slipner.
Yeah, so I think once again, the amendments as they are, if we don't strike this out, congrats. We're doing the same thing and keeping it the same exact way. We're just adding more text to the title. So it still has to be approved by Senate, which again negates the entire point of the bill. The bill is to make it easier. Having it seen in ENA for a quick majority vote to amend the agenda, to amend whatever the rules they have, is going to make it it's still not as great as it should be, but it's still going to make it easier on them just to be seen in committee quickly, where the election commissioner should already be at. And if for the argument that, like, you know, oh, it shouldn't only be seen by ENA and it should be seen by the entirety of Senate. And I don't know why we don't trust members of ENA, as they are elected to that committee by us senators and approved to enter that committee by Senate. So I feel like if we are going to have some Senate oversight, I think the ENA committee is a perfect spot to see that and approve it. So again, I'll be voting in favor of the amendment.
Courts.
I will also be voting in favor of the amendment for reasons that the last senator previously stated. To answer Pro Tem Morissette's question, technically for penal actions for non-compliances, that just goes to LJR and then we just announce them. So it's not the only one. Also, I do trust ENA, and it is our jurisdiction to make sure that the election commission is doing what they're supposed to do. And we have an entire committee to make sure of that. So I don't think it needs to go through ENA and Senate. I think that's kind of redundant.
Lipner.
Yeah, I'll be voting in favor and mirror what the prior two senators just said, but I just wanted to use this moment to remind everyone that we still got 2 hours left. Let's not use objections unnecessarily, and if we're going to object to the actual content of a amendment or motion, then let's actually debate on that instead of just making the objection and draw it out time. Thank you. May I retain?
Yeah.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on the amendment. With a vote count of 25 to 7 to 1, the amendment passes. We're still in debate on the bill. Joliker.
Move to vote on the bill.
So there's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 28 to 5 to 0, Internal Bill 5668 passes on third reading. Okay. Moving on that note, we do have 2.5 hours left, so honestly, we're doing pretty decent on time. But if we all want time to like say our goodbyes and Senate forum and senator shout outs, I do think that we could speed it along a little bit better, use our time a little bit more efficiently. Okay, Internal Bill 5669 updates to Title 14, the student government caucuses, courts.
Motion to see 5669 and where is that? Resolution 5632 as a block.
There's been a motion to see Internal Bill 5669 and Resolution 5632 as a block. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, Lipner, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Alrighty, good evening, senators. I know this bill has sparked thoughtful debate, and I want to begin by thanking everyone here, whether you voted for or against it in the last session or meeting, for giving it the attention and seriousness it deserves. I'm not here tonight just to ask for your support again. I'm here to clarify what's at stake, which is not just the future of one caucus, but a broader question of who gets to have structured, sustained representation within this chamber, and what that representation may or may not look like. The Sustainability Caucus has existed in some form for over 3 years. It's passed legislation, advised other caucuses and committees, and supported cross-branch collaboration. Throughout this, we've also built relationships across campus with individuals from dining services, from the Arboretum, from facilities, and from athletics. We've brought the UN Sustainable Development Goals into SG programming. We've created spaces for students who care deeply about its climate, social equity, transit justice, and food access to bring those concerns into student government. And these are not only just one-off issues, but as a part of a long-term institutional conversation. Some have expressed concerns that sustainability doesn't quote unquote fit under the caucus framework laid out in Title 14, but I want to take a moment to go directly into the statute. Under 1401.2, the powers and duties of a caucus are to quote unquote sponsor measures to address issues that are unique to the population of students they identify with, and to quote, serve as an avenue for populations of students identifying with a caucus to share issues that uniquely affect them. The statute doesn't restrict that identity to race, gender, or background. And then in 1401.3a, it states that any student government agent who identifies with the mission of a caucus may be a member. That's the key. This caucus is defined by a mission. And it's not one limited to demographic goals. It's intentionally intersectional. We are a coalition of students concerned with justice about environmental, economic, and social concerns. Our work cuts across identities intentionally because the issues we address cuts across those identities intersectionally. Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw is a renowned racial scientist who has coined this term, and it's so important that we understand it here today. Sustainability isn't a narrow niche. It's a lens with which housing, food, health, education, transportation, and environmental equity all come into view. If part of the hesitation here is that we're doing something new, that's okay. But new doesn't mean invalid, and precedent should not become gatekeeping. This caucus is consistent with the intent of Title 14, but even if you believe that statute leaves room for interpretation, sustainability will still fall well within that room. We've done the work, we've built the coalitions, we've met the expectations of caucus leadership and structure, and if we're concerned about the advocacy and shape of it moving forward, let's talk about evolving that model. In the Florida state legislature, for example, caucuses are not limited to identity groups. You have issue and mission-based caucuses like the Florida Climate and Energy Caucus, the Bipartisan Affordable Housing Caucus, demographic-based caucuses like the Florida Legislative Black Caucus and Florida Women's Legislative Caucus, and then obviously the more widely known party-based Democratic and Republican caucuses. These models affirm that identity and missions are not opposites, but are complementary ways to organize, advocate, and legislate, and that the student government should respect that complexity in its whole. So if we do think that SG needs a new category, some structure distinct from a caucus model, then let's work together to create it. I'll be one of the first people to help draft that legislation, but that conversation will obviously take time, and what we do tonight will determine whether that transition will happen with integrity or at the cost of everything we've built. The Sustainability Caucus has been supported by students from the 54th, 55th, and now 56th sessions. And if we want to continue that into the 57th session, we have to vote yes on this bill. They believed it should be bold enough to reflect the urgency of the world students are actually living in, and we need to continue that mission. Ending this caucus without an alternative directly in place no longer creates clarity, but instead a vacuum. We are not asking to be permanent out of symbolism. We are asking because we've already done the work that deserves a chance to continue. So tonight, I ask you all to vote yes, not just on sustainability, but for the people who organized their peers around a mission, followed the rules, met the requirements, and dared to build something bigger themselves, just like every caucus hopes to do so. So let's not end this story halfway through. Thank you.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Lazo.
Can you elaborate on what you mentioned in your speech where you said that the caucus has existed for 3 years?
I didn't mean the caucus itself. I meant just individuals who care about sustainability who have been advocating for it to become a caucus.
Vasquez.
Present and voting.
Oh, yeah. Chair Vasquez, present and voting. So noted at 9:36 p.m. Muratov and then Lazo.
Can you state like the top impact that the Sustainability Caucus have made in its lifespan?
Yeah, absolutely. We provide a clear bridge between students for faculty for all things sustainability. One major thing that we've been working on is increasing composting and recycling and ensuring that those opportunities are available and accessible to students. So just ensuring that they have a place to go to with any concerns that we can be forward to all faculty members, I think is really, really important and necessary, especially with something as broad as sustainability where oftentimes students don't know where to go.
Lazo.
Can you elaborate on how it will be fair for the caucus to exist when the sustainability coordinator is a paid position that gets the hours and gets the pay to do all these initiatives and it's their entire job? Can you elaborate on how it will be fair for either the coordinator's job existence or the caucus to do this work unpaid?
I think this question, unfortunately, comes from a misunderstanding of what coordinators are expected to do. Coordinators are not expected to pass legislation or even work with RSOs extremely closely. Their only true statutory requirement is to work under the needs of the student body president and pass legislation, not pass legislation, but program events according to their requests and needs and expectancies. So what we do as a caucus is completely separate from the Sustainability, Innovation, and Wellness Coordinator. And that position, like the Diversity and Innovation and Inclusivity Coordinator, comprises a lot more than just sustainability. And I'd love to yield to Reed because it seems like she has more to add on this.
Oh, I had a question.
Okay, yeah.
I had
so
a
then
follow-up.
follow up. Go ahead.
So you mentioned that the specificity of the caucus is that it creates legislation, but caucuses themselves cannot create legislation. It's a senator that may sit in a caucus that creates this legislation. So in the event that there is a future, if this bill were to pass, where there are no senators sitting on the caucus, does that not negate your argument right there?
In Title 14, caucuses are meant to support the mission of the individuals they're supporting, and that can be done through programming events, passing legislation, or whatever. It doesn't necessarily have to be just legislation, so I think the caucus would still have purpose. Although I don't foresee a situation where any caucus has no senators sitting on it.
May I ask a follow-up to that? Go ahead. So again, you mentioned events or legislation. So the legislation part is a senator duty, responsibility, and almost a privilege. Caucuses, while it's nice that they can pass these legislations, that's not one of their rights. And like I mentioned, the coordinator is responsible for putting on their events. Exec is a programming body. So can you just elaborate to me what it is that sustainability is doing that an individual Senate working group or a coordinator cannot do already?
I think that question can be asked of any caucus, and it's unfair to ask it of sustainability without a clear reason.
Okay, I'll do Reed, Hamid, and then Varela, and then we'll circle back around.
Yeah, I have a question to anyone that can answer kind of like a clarifying question. Just to like double check, is anyone in student government able to write legislation? However, they're not the ones who are able to present it on the floor. It has to be a senator.
Theoretically, yeah.
Okay, so then in that case, could in the future, perhaps the sustainability coordinator then write a piece of legislation and then ask another senator to then adopt it?
Yeah,
Thank you.
theoretically, or they could sponsor it. But
Okay.
yeah, theoretically, they could, but the senator would have to introduce it.
Okay, thank you.
Hamid.
In your speech, you mentioned how the caucus had advised other committees and caucuses. Can you go more into depth about what you meant by that?
Yeah, I think one area where this was very clear and in recent memory was the GAP committee, where we discussed the agendas and ensuring that sustainability is mentioned on that. I was very clear and vocal as well as speaking with the caucus to ensure that their voices were heard as a body.
Varela,
Two, if I may.
you may.
Would you be open to the same, I guess, caucus body, like their work extending to something like a working group or some other body within student government?
I think it's a very valid question, and we debated on this informally at length within our caucus meeting this past week. My biggest concern is a lack of any kind of statutory goals or recommendations or expectancies for sustainability at all, and leaving a vacuum in place where those changes have to be made and expected by the 57th session feels irresponsible to me. Like I said, I would be very much so for finding new solutions to offer more support for other groups that may not necessarily fall under the caucus title, like sustainability does. However, overall, it's definitely something I'm open to, just not without proper safeguards in place to ensure that sustainability is still within our session.
Awesome. Just for your, I guess, peace of mind, I know myself and other senators are working on a way to codify working groups, so that's something that's in the works for next session most likely. But my actual question, would you be open to extending sustainability's ad hoc status, and so when we're figuring out what to do with it, it can still exist?
I wouldn't hate that suggestion. However, I don't see why we wouldn't just make it a caucus and then go through the process of amending the Senate rules and Title 14 in the same exact way.
Okay. I'll do Colazo, Trey Hernandez.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion made to debate. Any objections?
No question.
Okay. Do you withdraw?
No.
She's a question.
And I don't withdraw.
Okay. You have 2 minutes.
Being object.
I feel as though most of us have our minds made up. I mean, if you look at the previous vote count, I also have been recognizing that the senator's responses to the questions have become a little redundant, as if he's repeating himself, and we're simply just choosing not to understand his point of view. And I think I think it's good if we just move to debate.
You withdraw?
I never objected, but
Oh, you retract your. Okay. So then. All right. So then we're now in a period of debate. Okay. I'll do Metellus, Kaufman, Escobar, and then we'll start there.
I'd first like to say I'm very proud of the sustainability ad hoc caucus and all the work that they have completed in the past session or in this past year during the session. And yeah, I don't want that to go unrecognized. However, personally, I'm just going to speak from how I feel. I do feel like caucuses, all of the rest of them anyway, represent identities and students on campus and are a perfect place for people who are in those groups, especially minority groups. And I personally feel that a sustainability caucus is not necessarily something, I honestly, I don't even know if that's something that I would have wanted to be created in the first place, because I think it would work better as a working group. I do think how we have caucuses in our student government, they're written in statutes as groups that serve students and identities on this campus. And I did hear the suggestion of changing statutes so that the caucus definition can be broadened a bit more. But I personally am not sure how much I feel about that, because I just personally like how they are now, because they've done so much impact and kind of have a special purpose in our student government because of how they work.
30 seconds remaining.
So with that, I will be voting in negation of this bill like I did last meeting. And I do think that the work can still be done, just in a different setting or a different type of group.
Kaufman.
So I won't repeat all my sentiments from last week, but I will be encouraging you all to vote in negation of this bill again. But Chair Lipner and I did have a great conversation in caucus this week, and we both agree that sustainability efforts do belong in student government, but maybe just not under the title of a caucus. And that's where we disagree, because, and that's where we disagree is whether sustainability should be added right now. I still stand on what I said last week, and as other senators have mentioned, and that sustainability is not necessarily an identity. And I don't think anything regarding the definition of caucuses should be changed to meet a specific criteria, as this would stray away from the reason they were created in the first place. But as I said, and like other senators have said, we're working on solutions and we're trying to come up with something. I've talked to Brody and many other senators to get ideas about the best way to move forward. And our solution would still allow RSOs and students to sit in on the group, because as we heard in open forum, we still want to maintain the strong connections we've already established this semester. So maybe we create something involved with specific issues that all SG agents can join. And as soon as the next session starts, I've already committed myself to being part of the team that works together to put the solution into statutes, to ensure that this group can get to work as soon as possible so that there is no gap between this. I'm not trying to eliminate all of the work we've done here. I'm just hoping to move our work to a more reasonable place. So I encourage you all to vote in negation of this bill.
All right, Escobar.
I, on the other hand, will be voting in favor. I do believe in the mission and all the causes and all the initiatives this caucus has put on throughout this year. I will say that, like, in our government, we have party caucuses that people join and are members of that are not specifically identity, but our mission, have common beliefs. And I really love and admire and appreciate all the work that this caucus has done. Also, the sustainability coordinator is not something that is statutorily required of the executive branch to have. So having this caucus would still keep sustainability within student government, especially during times when we have we need significant climate action to be taken. So I encourage you all to vote in favor.
Okay, I'll do Benesh, Troy Hernandez, and then Lazo.
Yeah, similarly to Chair Escobar, I'll be voting in favor. I feel like a problem that this body has a lot, which I'm not judging, right? I feel like you guys focus on semantics a little bit too much. I hear the same sentiment of, oh, well, this would work better as a working group because the caucus is about identities and this and that and the third. I bet you if somebody made a caucus that was like whimsy and fun caucus, y'all would all join. So I really I don't know. I feel like we're focusing way too much on semantics, especially during this point. You know, with the presidential administration that we have right now, like federally, I feel like it's very important to take a stance towards sustainability. We live in Florida, guys. They're trying to take away all of our parks, and you're saying, "Oh, we don't need no caucus because it's an identity thing." Give me a break. Vote in favor, please.
Chair Hernandez.
I have a general question. Have we had a ring group done at like in these past recent years? And can I get an example?
Go ahead.
Yes, I can answer that. So this year, since caucuses started later than committees, there was a working group in place of Black Caucus to start planning for the Black Business Showcase in August. And we kind of got together, started planning, started contacting people, making connections before caucuses started. So that is an example.
To that, go ahead.
The Sustainability Caucus also used working groups within our session this year to split into different groups to work on those proclamations that we saw last week, namely the recycling, stars, and composting groups. So we absolutely do use them within our own caucus as well.
Who did I say after Lazo?
So just to clarify, no one's saying that the work that sustainability does isn't important. Obviously, UCF's done the work to become or to attempt to become a fair trade school, so there is an interest. However, the argument against the Sustainability Caucus is that it doesn't really have the legs to stand as a caucus, unfortunately. When a student comes in, they can say that they're a transfer student. They can say that they're a Hispanic or a woman student, a disabled student. They cannot say that they are a sustainability student. That is an advocacy or initiative that they may have, but unfortunately, sustainability cannot affect our education and the way that we access it, the same way that disability accessibility does affect our education, the way that women being in education does. To that extent, with the working bodies, the chair just confirmed that they can already do working bodies and have done them. So why not just go back to what has already worked rather than taking from resources from other groups that may need it more, taking something that is a paid position, might I remind you, a paid ANSF position. I unfortunately do love the work that sustainability does. I appreciate what they do. However, I don't think a caucus is the best place for it to be done. The working group is the better place for it to be done. It's been done in the past. It's worked better in the past. And I just unfortunately cannot see Sustainability Caucus standing on its own. And I urge you all to vote in negation of this bill.
All right, we have about 2 minutes remaining. So I'll do Karingal, Morset, Colazo, and try to make it 30 seconds.
I think I'm more in favor of voting yes on this, mainly just because I've heard a lot of it being brought up that it doesn't fit the bill's language to become a caucus, as it's not a personal individual student group. But at the same time, I bet you I could propose legislation right now saying student groups and also this extra identity, sustainability, students. Wording's really bad, but we could change the legislation right now pretty easily. And I think everyone would vote yes to change it to be more expansive. So from the point of legislation, I think it still fits. So I'm voting yes.
Morset.
Yeah, I just kind of want to negate the fact that sustainability has a paid position in exec. The D&I corner also exists, with kind of slightly oversees all the caucuses that we kind of already have. And I think just that kind of sentiment of having there's a paid position in exec, so why do we need a caucus? That kind of negates having all the other caucuses, so that D&I corner can kind of do the same thing across the branch, which is relatively difficult to do, which is why we have the subsidizing caucuses. And the caucuses were kind of created to have that representation, since I know, at least when I talked to Shane, the Black Caucus was one of the first ones, and it was created because of issues students were having with a Black faculty member. And I know the D&I corner could do something on that kind of end as well. So I think if we're creating that kind of correlation, doesn't really make sense, because one individual could do it. It just is very difficult. So that's why we have the caucuses.
All right, Colazo, about 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing as Pro Tem Morset. Yeah, I do reject the notion that just because a cabinet position has been created, that we shouldn't have a caucus for it. My caucus had the director of student affairs, and he sits on my caucus, and he's the designated MVSS liaison. So it would be kind of hypocritical of me to say, well, only my caucus gets to become a caucus, because
Those
I
are
can
about 10
identify
seconds.
as a military and veteran student. But yeah, I'll be voting yes.
Okay, I'll take a motion. Finish.
Vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? All right, seeing none or non-voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 20 to 13 to 0, internal bill 5669 and resolution 5632 pass on third reading. Okay. Internal bill 5670 updates to title 4 and 5. Chair Vasquez, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi guys. So we saw this last week. This is really just changing a lot of the titles and rearranging some things. The main intention behind writing this bill is just for accountability purposes, just for us to be able to keep in check the other branches and kind of encourage them to come to Senate, give their announcements so we know what they're up to. But again, we saw this last week, so I don't think there should be any problems. And obviously I see that there's amendments on the bill, so we'll see those. Yeah, I'll yield.
All right, we're now in for questioning. Are there any questions? Corelli?
Eric, what was the thought process behind requiring coordinators to attend Senate every month?
The thought process behind it is so the way that the title is broken up is the duties and powers of the student body president are all listed there. Those are not accomplished by the student body president alone. They're accomplished by his designees or their designees, the coordinators, the directors, all of that. They all kind of work together to accomplish those duties and responsibilities. So the intention behind it is just so we can kind of see what they're all working on individually, and also they are paid positions. We should be knowing that they are doing their jobs as they are hired because we do elect them into their positions. I'd like to know that the agendas that they're getting elected upon are actually being accomplished. And I think bare minimum having them get up on that podium and giving announcements is a way to accomplish that.
Okay, any Varela?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Collazo.
I move to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Collazo's amendment. Any objections? Seeing you object? Okay, for time purposes, go ahead.
Is this not what we saw last week? This amendment, the same amendment?
I do not recall.
We saw something.
We
like
saw this one already.
Yeah, I think we've seen this.
And it was backwards. It was removing the line that says the jurisdiction of the executive branch, replacing that with the student body president or designee shall.
Yeah, so the current language is that because we voted on that, removing it and adding it. Andrew's amendment undoes that. It removes the student body president designee and unstrikes through the jurisdiction of the executive branch.
So just going back to what it was last week before we voted on it?
No.
So then
No,
I
this will
do
revert
object,
it.
I guess.
So we're basically arguing the amendment. So
Okay.
the objection.
Yeah. Okay. So do you object or you want to?
I do object.
Okay. Do you withdraw?
No.
Okay. You have 2 minutes.
We made an amendment, passed it favorably, and now we're just reverting back. I feel like if it passed favorably, it's just we're going in circles right now. This is unnecessary to be seen, especially because the amendment itself is just, the original intention was just so the line blank title or designee shall, it says it in all of the titles. So I just think for consistency, this isn't necessary to be seen.
Collazo.
I believe it is necessary to be seen because I think we've overlooked a crucial thing here within our titles. It bounds the student body president to all the execution of any project, program, service, or action. So this is all under the jurisdiction of the executive branch and thereby the student body president. He is responsible. I don't think it should be placed on a designee, regardless if they create a cabinet position or not, to execute what is in their jurisdiction. It is the responsibility of the student body president, stated in 405.1.
Okay. I'll do courts. Or did you have your hand up? Sorry. Okay, courts.
Move to vote.
All right. There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Okay, seeing none, are now on voting procedures. Objection is Chair Vasquez, meaning we will not see the amendment. All right, with a vote count of 25 to 7-0, the objection holds. We will not be seeing the amendment. Gaudio.
Move to see my amendment.
There's one motion to see Vice Chair Gaudio's amendment. Any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
We love simple changes. Sometimes the Chief Justice can't make it. Every other position has this provision, so it probably should have been in there to begin with. I would like to move to approve this through general consent.
Are there any objections?
I object.
Alrighty then, we're back to where we were before. Yeah, the Chief Justice, sometimes you just can't make it, whether because you have prior commitments. The Chief Justice should be given that affordance to allow, I presume typically an Assistant Chief Justice, but potentially an Associate Chief Justice to give that report on their behalf. And with that, I yield.
All right, we're now line for questioning. Are there any questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Collazo, Vasquez, Lipner.
The amendment is unnecessary because it's already stated in Chapter 503 that the Chief Justice has the authority to assign duties pertaining to the position not stipulated in the statutes to the Assistant Chief Justices. And then again, it's stated within the Assistant Chief Justice's responsibility. It says assume all assigned responsibilities of the Chief Justice in their absence. So this would become a responsibility of the Chief Justice, but they can therefore assign it to an Assistant Chief Justice if they're absent. So this is an unnecessary amendment.
Gaudio.
I withdraw my amendment.
Okay, we're still in debate on the bill. Wanjin.
I have a question and then a motion, probably.
Go ahead.
Is there a reason that you added the give reports to the Student Body Senate at every regularly scheduled Senate meeting to the comptroller when B of the comptroller's duties already requires them to make weekly reports to the Student Body Senate containing the account balances and reversion rates?
Is that a question to me?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, can you say it one more time? I'm sorry.
I was just asking if there's a reason you're adding K in 404.1 when 404.1B already says they're required to make weekly reports to the Student Body Senate.
It already says it.
Yeah, so then I think the question is so then why is it there again?
Oh, I think this might just be an editing error on my end.
Wanjin.
Move to see my amendments.
There's a motion to see Wanjin's amendments. Any objections? Okay, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
So this encompasses two amendments. It adds the thing we were just talking about the Chief Justice to the Attorney General section, because to my understanding, the Attorney General does not have anything that says they can delegate their responsibilities to other people. And then strikes the part for the comptroller because there's 404.1B already says they have to make weekly reports and that they can designate someone else to give the report in their place if they need to. So yeah, I yield my time.
All right, Vasquez.
I'm so sorry. I just understood what you meant by your question. So what happened was in 401.1 Part D, Section 1, I'm removing that part in this bill. So then I'm putting it individually under whoever it had mentioned previously.
That was the intention. I just didn't understand your question, so I apologize.
Go ahead.
So 404.1B is the part that I was referring to, which is
Right.
under the comptroller section,
Right.
which is not being struck.
Right. So in 401.1, I'm striking out the part where it says the Attorney General and the Comptroller shall give announcements. I'm just adding it to their respective duties and responsibilities. So I'm just moving it around, basically.
I'm just saying it's already in the comptroller's responsibility.
It is? Okay, my bad.
Lipner,
Move to vote
we're in.
or debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Any objections? Okay, seeing none, Barella, Lipner, Lazo.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. On the amendments. Okay, with a vote count of 30 to 0 to 1, the amendments pass. We're still in debate on the bill. Vasquez.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 31 to 1 to 0, Internal Bill 5670 passes on third reading. Internal Bill 5671 updates Title III requiring media training. Diesel Lazo, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I added a couple things to this just so that it makes a little bit more sense to you guys. I'm going to reiterate what I said. I think media training is basically crucial to us as senators, our position as senators, and our position as public figures. We have, Joshua's here. Guess he's not here anymore. Never mind, scratch that. But we are public figures, and I think media training is just better for all of us. I need the rest of my time.
Okay, we're now live for questioning. Are there any questions? Lipner.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Lazo.
Motion to see my amendments as a block.
There's been a motion to see all of Lazo's amendments as a block. Any objections? Okay, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Sorry, Chair Courts is like making amendments and it's throwing off my train of thought. The two amendments basically just kind of try to answer all the questions and all the pieces of debate that people had at last week. There were some people that said that it was too vague of a requirement. Okay. It was too vague. That's really interesting that amendment was just stricken out because that's kind of answering that question about how vague it was, but whatever. And then the top one is the media training course and what it shall include. A lot of people were thinking that it's too vague. I personally just don't feel comfortable making that requirement for the President Pro Tempore or the ELA, since those aren't positions that I've ever sat in, and I don't want to put any undue requirements on them that they may disagree with, or that the student body senate next year or years after that may not need either. But if you guys are amenable to it, that's why I put it in there. And that's it for me.
Okay. Varela, Lipner.
Yeah, more about the. Sorry, I just realized that was distracting me. The first set of amendments, the one like describing what the media training is. Do you have a little bit of concern that something like a mock interview practice or media ethics or even SG message and talking points, like that's kind of like a lot to teach senators, and you know what I mean? There's like a lot more duties to have, right? And that's not something that any other branch has to do, and honestly, it's like very advanced.
So that was also brought up in the last meeting. Not other branches have to do that. Outside of other branches don't get interviewed as much as we do. However, I would love to have all of SG have that, but given how in recent weeks the other branches aren't really amenable to us putting extra requirements on them, I decided not to tackle that in my last meeting. So I'm comfortable with it at this point, but if you would like to maybe evolve this bill into a bigger one that encompasses all three branches and the election commission, I'd be more amenable to that, but I think this is a good starting point for us.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I added that on. That wasn't really based on my question. It's my bad. on the head. Oh, I meant like the requirements that you are saying shall include. Those seem pretty hefty. Like a mock interview practice.
So
the media.
point of order, it shall include but not limited to. So it doesn't have to be included. It's just recommendations.
Shall include but not limited to feels to me like this has to happen, but this isn't all that has to happen.
I can amend it to may include.
Sure.
Okay, I forget who I said. Lipner.
That was literally my question. It was just whether you would be amendable to the may include rather than the shall, so it's not an imposable thing. So glad to hear that you're already on top of that.
Okay, Joliker.
So with the second part of your amendment, 309.7 Part C, that Gaudio currently has crossed out in an amendment, underneath that amendment, if it were to pass, that would mean to say, if I'm correct, that we could not do any sort of interview, any sort of public outreach before we've had these trainings. And I ask that as an example. I had an interview with a journalist from The Charge yesterday. In this instance, if I had not done the training yet, would I have been in like non-compliance because of that?
Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of like how you're not allowed to vote when you don't say president voting. To me, that would be in the same vein, just because you run the risk of misrepresenting SG when you're not properly media trained. Also, a lot of people were complaining that this media requirement isn't fair, that not everyone should. So I made it that if you choose or elect to not complete that media training, I won't hold you in non-compliance as long as you do not host any of those interviews with Charge or any media outlet on behalf of your professional capacity.
Okay, Shen Wanjin.
With that second part of the amendment, do you not see an issue of like, what if a senator has gotten, what if a senator, for example, would like to respond essentially to, I'm sorry.
Okay, Wanjin.
Do you have some way you would like to change your amendment so that it actually states that you don't have to do the training if you don't want to do interviews? Because right now it just says that you have to do it, but if you don't do it, you can't do interviews, but you'd still be in non-compliance for not doing the training.
Yeah, that's kind of why, if you want to word it differently, that's kind of why I had the section B where it's the extension clause, where it can just be continuously extended if they choose not to do it or if they don't have the time to do it. But if you want to add different wording that says that it's optional but still includes that amendment that I made, I'd be more okay with that. I guess.
Johnson.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion made to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Johnson, Gaudio, Joliker.
I actually think that this is a great idea. I really like the idea that you don't have to get media trained if you don't want to like speak or be print or anything like that. Kind of in the same vein of how before you speak to a reporter, you're supposed to reach out to the ELA. This could include that. Like, I just feel like like touching, sorry, making contact with the ELA before you talk to a reporter. Make sure you have all your ducks in a row. I don't know. I just feel like it's not that much to ask. So I'll be voting in favor.
Gaudio.
I will be voting in negation of these amendments because, so for the first part, I don't like clearly spelling out like what must be included. I like the idea that the ELA should have that sort of freedom to handle it. I take more concern though with the second part, that being you could be held in non-compliance if you don't do media training and then proceed to do an interview. I don't like that because we may wish to give our thoughts on a topic that is completely unrelated to what we are doing here, but we could still be held in non-compliance because we haven't done a media training. I think simply having a requirement that we do media training along with what we already have is sufficient. I think that kind of stamping out people who haven't done that training kind of kind of raises a free speech question in my mind.
Joliger.
Well, Gaudio, you kind of took the words out of my mouth. I am in favor of the first part of these amendments. I think that giving us some sort of guideline as to what to actually expect is wonderful. The second part, though, I don't think that's quite as good of a move. And the free speech question you bring up, I think could be a good point. So if we only vote on the first part, then absolutely.
Okay. Wanjin, Lazo, Reed.
Move to separate the block sets of amendments into two blocks. I don't withdraw.
Honestly, I think we're kind of making this into a bigger drama than it needs to be. This isn't a big requirement. This isn't a free speech violation. It's only in your professional capacity. I really don't see how it's this big of an infringement. I'm also doing this to mollify the people who were complaining about it in the last session, in the last meeting. So to that extent, I'd rather honestly just leave it to the next session because this is something that I think is kind of a no-brainer. Even people who are not in favor of it or also think it's a no-brainer. So what I don't even know how to like mollify it at this point. But I honestly don't think that it's fair to have this requirement and to have people who may talk to the media and make us look like fools. I'm sorry, but I'm going to be Senate's #1 defender, and this is what this
Point of
is trying
order.
to defend.
Decorum. Why are we calling people fools? Why are we using that language?
I said make the Senate look like a fool, not. Okay, I was done with my speech anyways.
Okay, Wanjin, you have 2 minutes.
There have been a couple people who have expressed that they have positive feelings about one set of amendments and negative on the other. I just want to make sure each set of amendments gets the chance to be voted on its own merits, not on the merits of the other set of amendments. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, we're now in period of debate. Varela, Varela.
May I retain?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to say that I think separating like out from the block is fine. I think each amendment deserves its own consideration, considering that we've heard debate saying, I like this one, but I don't like this one, and vice versa. Yeah, I see no problem with separating the amendments out. We're not voting on like, do we like them or not? We're just voting on, should we consider them differently, which I think we should. So move the vote.
Okay, there's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Okay, seeing none, we're now in a period of voting. Remember, the objection is Lazo, meaning we won't separate them. The motion is no, meaning we will separate them. Okay. The vote count of 5 to 27-0. The objection fails, so we will be seeing these as separate amendments. Reed.
May I direct a question to the author of the?
You may.
Just to clarify, that bottom part that you had originally written, Senator, Part C, Senator should not complete, that's just only specifying if they're talking to media about student government.
Yeah, what you do outside of student government, kind of what that did with that last special act, that's none of our business, what you do outside of your professional capacity.
Thank you.
Okay, Johnson and then Lipner.
The way I see Part C is kind of like how when Disney employees are talking about Disney, they're saying, oh, I'm speaking for myself and not the brand. Well, when you're speaking as a senator, you are speaking for the brand. So if you choose not to be media trained, no, you can't speak for the brand. Now, if you have a, interview with Charge On and you're just talking about yourself as a person, you need to make sure it is separate. You got to hit them with, I'm speaking for myself, not for the entirety of UCF. Also, kind of the same about how when we're advocating for things on behalf of Senate student body. Like we can't advocate for things on behalf of the university, like that same wording. I think it's the same thing, although I completely understand like the, reservations. Maybe if we just change the wording and like say that you're not going to speak in a professional capacity for Senate, I feel like we'll all be okay. Because I think we all want the same thing. We're just worried about, external factors and stuff.
Okay. Okay, so since we separated them, I'll say what we're going to be voting on first is the top one. So 304.5 VA. Lipner.
Motion to see my and Chair Quartz's amendments as technical friendlies. I'm just adding the may as we discussed prior and changing the include to be a lowercase I and then adding is in the but is not limited to.
Okay. Well, I'll
Would
you
you
see
open
them
it
as a
up?
friendly. Okay.
Thank you.
With that, I'll take a motion on this First Amendment. Courts.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on just 304.5 VA. Oh wait. Oh my gosh, 5A. Sorry, then it's the Roman numerals for me. Okay, with the vote count of 28 to 6 to 0, that top amendment passes. Is our motion to see Lazo's amendment at 309.7C? Any objections? Okay, seeing none, Lazo, whenever you're ready. And I think at this point for this bill, I think we need to figure out what we want and then move on. But yeah, go ahead, Lazo.
Yeah, I'm just going to speed through this. I think this is kind of what makes the bill have standing. Media training, to clarify, media training when you're acting in your professional capacity should be required so that you are making Senate look at its best. We all care for Senate and we shouldn't be making it look bad just because we're not informed on how to properly talk to media. And I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, we're now into questioning. Read or
Move to debate.
motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Read.
Personally, I completely agree with this portion of the bill because I have to be media trained. I've been media trained through theater. I've been media trained because I am a journalist myself. So there's different ways that I have had to do this myself, and it's really not that difficult. And I feel like, we won't really be asking people to do like that much. We all have to be fiscally trained also. So I feel like it's just like a little bit more that we would have to do, but it's wouldn't really take that long, in my opinion. So yeah, I'll be voting in favor.
Okay, Lazo, will you see Varella's amendment as a friendly?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Okay. Chauhan.
I think it's a cool opportunity to be media trained, so I will be voting in favor.
Wanjin.
I just would like to remind people that we're voting on the amendment, not the bill that just talks about media training. So this is determining whether or not the problem for me with this amendment is that currently it doesn't really do much besides say that you shouldn't be doing media training, or you shouldn't be doing interviews if you don't have media training done, but you are required to have your media training done as the bill currently stands. So I'll be voting against the amendment as it currently stands unless we update that.
May I clarify that?
Sure.
So with that time commitment that we have currently, the 10 academic days, I'm including within those 10 academic days and any extensions that may be given. So let's say within the 10 academic days, you extend for another 2 weeks. Within those, I'm really bad at math, 24 days, you shouldn't be talking to any media outlet. That's kind of what I'm meaning. And if you want to extend it for the rest of the semester, then for the rest of the semester or for the rest of the session, you are not to be talking to the charge until you've completed your media training. So you're putting Senate on the best foot forward.
Okay. I'm starting to get a little nervous about time, so I'll take a motion. I think we know how we're voting. Banesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? Okay, do you withdraw? Okay, Lipner, please be speedy.
Motion to see my amendments as friendlies.
I will see the one on B as a friendly. I feel like the expected one isn't a part of our Senate lexicon, so I also feel like it doesn't really do much. It kind of brings us back to that point of do it, don't. So I will be seeing the B one as a friendly.
Fine by me. Then are you also fine with the restructuring? So it's just like instead of a C, it's like a 1.
Sure. I don't know which one that is.
I'm just moving the whole senators who do not complete into a separate like bullet underneath B, just to ensure that it is like in response to the waiver.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're non-voting procedures on the amendment. Okay, with a vote count of 28 to 6 to 0, the amendments pass. Collazo.
Okay. So now we're speaking on the entire bill. I will, unfortunately, will not be voting in favor of the bill. I applaud my fellow deputies' work. However, if anything, if we're talking about the image of student government, then this should be something under the Division of Communications within the executive branch, and media training should apply to all student government agents, including our branches and our election commission. I don't think that we should be singling ourselves out for this. I don't think it's entirely necessary. We're all grown adults. I believe we're all grown adults. We have a code of ethics that we all have to abide by. We have a new Senate Rule 1 that creates our values, our missions, and in regards to professionalism and unprofessionalism. I just really don't think this is necessary. We have a lot of other training that prepares us. I believe, we can make our own conscious determination into what we say. In regards to that, I know the executive branch, gets a little nudge from the director of the communications in regards to what to say and what not to say. I just don't think that we should be applying this to ourselves without applying it to the other branches. And with that, I yield.
Okay. I see a lot of hands. I'm going to pick 3, and then we're going to move on to voting because we're getting a little tight on time.
I have a question for Brody.
Go
Or for
ahead.
anyone who can answer. So if we pass this bill tonight and then in the next session someone decides to make an SG-wide initiative, would that just negate this bill so that, for process sake, if Brody can answer that?
When you say someone next session makes it a SG-wide initiative, the answer to your question is it depends on how they do that. If they do that via legislation that removes this, then yes. But unless they do something with this language, the language will exist.
So if they did a bill that was SG-wide, it would kind of just fix the issue that we're having where it's just Senate?
As long as they included striking through this language, yes.
Okay. I'll do Kringle, Reed, Lipner, and then I'll take a motion.
Move to vote.
Okay. There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Okay. Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on the bill. Okay, the vote count of 21 to 13 to 0, Internal Bill 5671 passes on third reading. Internal Bill 5672 updates to Title 3, Title 4, Title 6, Title 7, and Title 9. Moving committee duties. Vice Chair Gaudio, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Welcome. Wait, before I start talking, I almost forgot. I moved to see this as a block with Resolution 5637.
There's been a motion to see Internal Bill 5672 and Resolution 5637 as a block. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, you have 5 minutes.
All right, I almost got ahead of myself. So, just to reiterate, since we've been kind of perusing the bills a lot for the people who were not here, this is a very comprehensive change to a lot of the statutes where, in essence, what it's doing is removing the specific mentions of particular committees from throughout titles and shifting them under the Senate rules, with the idea being that there are tasks that have been designated to committees, but committees are invented by the Senate. At no point in the titles does it say we have to have certain committees. In theory, we could not recognize a committee and we would just have a bunch of dead statutes. Realistically, is this going to happen? Probably not. But the more realistic scenario that this does address is, let's say something crops up where we want to assign a duty to a new or different committee. This makes it much easier because we can simply resolve through the Senate, change our own rules, how we are handling an internal matter, instead of having to go through the entire internal bill process, where now the student body president gets a say in what we're doing. And I believe that if something is wholly internal to the Senate, it should remain with the Senate. And so this is what this addresses. I yield.
Okay, we're now line for questioning. I'll do Varela, Lipner, Escobar.
Did either your bill or resolution substantially change anything about the committees, or was it just moving over language?
It's just moving everything over. In terms of actual duties, nothing has changed. We could change it in the future if we so wanted. But as it stands, there is no actual change in the workings of things.
Go ahead.
Then why on the resolution does it give the data capital creator voting and debating rights on GAP? Because that does not currently exist in statute.
That is a holdover from when we were still discussing that. And kind of trying to make the statutes match. We can get rid of that.
Okay. Who did I say? Lipner, go ahead.
I'll yield to Escobar.
Okay.
You mentioned that internal matters of the Senate shouldn't have approval of this student body president, but internal bills still have to be approved by the student body Senate. So can you explain why creating a new committee or dismembering a new committee shouldn't be signed or approved by the student body president?
I do not quite follow with the question. Could you explain a little more about, please?
Yeah, so you mentioned the process of bills being signed by the student body president and internal matters of the Senate shouldn't need the approval of the student body president, but internal bills that are still internal need approval of the student body president. So why should, the creation or dissolvement of a committee not need the approval of the student body president?
So dissolving a committee already doesn't require the approval of the student body president because committees are recognized within the Senate rules. We can already decide to create or dissolve a committee at our will, and the student body president already has no say in it.
Okay. Varela?
Move to debate.
All right, there's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Gaudio?
I move to see my amendments.
Okay, there's been a motion to see Gaudio's amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
All right, so these should be quick. Hopefully, because these are just kind of oversights from when I was originally writing the bill. There was these couple little stinkers snuck through, and this is just bringing it in line with everything else. There's one for the bill, there's one for the resolution. It matches. It's great. I yield.
Okay, we're now line for questioning. Are there any questions? Okay, courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. So are these all of the amendments that you have on both? Okay. All right. Varela.
Would you be open to seeing the amendment about the GAP committee on the resolution as a friendly, since that wasn't really intended to be in the first place?
Yes, I am open to seeing the GAP one as a friendly.
Okay. I'll take a motion. There's no further debate. I can't see. Collazo.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. Okay. With a vote count of 27-0, the amendments pass. There's still a couple more. Collazo.
I move to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Collazo's amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Okay. So this amendment would remove the seat given to the supervisor of elections in terms of the ENA committee, in terms of the election statutes, something that I've stated previously in this chamber before, that I don't believe a non-elected member should have voting rights within legislation because they were not elected to make legislation or vote on legislation. The supervisor of elections was appointed to supervise the elections and therefore make suggestions to the ENA committee in regards to changes. I would like to say that, you know, voting and having debating rights is a privilege within our committee, it's not a right. Additionally, we just removed the GAC coordinator from being a debating and voting member, and they are an appointed member. I don't think if we're not okay with the GAC being a debating and voting member, I don't know why we would be okay with the supervisor of elections being a debating and voting member. With that, I yield for questioning.
We're not online for questioning. Lipner.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now on debate. Joliker, Gaudio, Morset.
The chair's reasoning is sound. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Okay. Do you withdraw?
I withdraw.
Okay. Lipner, go ahead.
I'll be voting in negation of this. I feel like because the fact that they're already restricted to Title VI alone, it's already restricted and therefore should be retained. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections?
I object.
Okay. Do you withdraw?
Yeah, I'll withdraw.
Okay. Kringle.
I just want to say piece of debate as well. I definitely will be voting against this. I think everyone should vote against this. Voting power for, like, I think they should have voting power for the one only thing that is controlling their committee. I think at least not voting power, at least debating power, but I think something that the GAC also has, but that's it.
Wanjan, Varela, and then we are running low on time.
I think with the creation of the election rules of procedure, this is actually very smart. The executive branch and judicial branch do not have voting power within LJR for their specific statutes, so it does not make sense for the election commission to have a representative who has voting power on ENA for Title VI. Anything they want to change can be done through their election rules of procedure, which only requires ENA support, which arguably with this writing, they wouldn't have had voting power on through ENA anyways.
Varela.
May I retain?
You may.
Okay, so first thing is the intention of the bill is to just move things over. So I do feel kind of funny, or not funny, bad, about sometimes they changing things about a bill that's meant to just move things over, first of all. Second of all, though, to point for changing it, I will say that the Constitution does say that the legislative powers of the student body shall be vested in the student body senate. Does the legislative powers send the committees? I think they do. You can assess that for yourself. But yeah, I'll put that out there. Motion to vote.
Okay, there's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. Okay, with a vote count of 19 to 14 to 0, the amendment fails. Okay, Morset.
Can I direct a question to Brody?
Go ahead.
If that amendment had passed, because I believe in the other bill we allowed the supervisor of elections to keep the debating rights, would this have superseded that previous bill if this amendment passed?
If you had given them rights, I'd have to look in to be sure. The statutes would supersede the Senate rules. So if the statutes indicated that they did have voting rights in a particular committee, but the Senate rules didn't, then the statutes would be what you would go with. There's 11 pages of changes, so I don't know what's included exactly to be able to truly answer your question.
Okay. All right, I'll take a motion. Gaudio.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Oh, Brody.
Can I just really quickly, this is just for formatting. At the bottom of the new section under B is a little a. What is that supposed to be underneath or connected to?
the no new senators may be elected to the LJR committee. Or is it just supposed to be a 10, right?
It's supposed to be a part of 308.3.
A part of what? Sorry, what did you say?
No, hold on. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, it's supposed to be a 1 underneath 9.
It's underneath 9?
Yeah, as a 1, not an A. Oh my God. Yes, as an A. Oh my God.
Are we good? Okay, Colazo.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on Internal Bill 5672 and Resolution 5637. Okay, with a vote count of 31 to 0, Internal Bill 5672 and Resolution 5637 pass on third reading. Done with internal bills. Okay, let's everyone lock in here. Okay. Resolution 5627 updates to Senate Rule 8, Senate Leadership Council, Ayala Kuda. Who wants to call out? So you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Nothing has changed. These are just general revisions to Senate Rule 8 per the ILA's responsibility to provide suggestions. I yield.
Okay, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Joliker.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Ruben.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. Okay, with a vote count of 33 to 0, Resolution 5627 passes on third reading. Resolution 5628 updates to the Senate Rules, general updates and revisions. Vice Chair Gaudio, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, just part of the general updates and revisions that the LJR committee did. Senate Rules Edition. I yield.
Okay, we're now in line for questioning. Dinesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Lim.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 30 to 0, Resolution 5628 passes on third reading. Resolution 5629 updates to Senate Rule 6, removing debate for objections. Vice Chair Gaudio, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello. So this is an update to the objection procedure so this was kind of a new thing that was made this session. All right, let's try it out. People want to be heard, and maybe because objections take longer, less people will do it. This has not held true. People love to talk, and the simple observation I've sort of made is that people kind of already know where they stand after both the objector and the originator of the motion have spoken. Debate doesn't really seem to change anything. It's just kind of a lot of time. And so this would just chop it out, hopefully make things much quicker. I yield.
Okay, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Lipner.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Gaudio.
Haha, I move to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to seek Gaudio's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
So I should have done this on second reading, but this was a thought that sort of came to me, which is that under Robert's rules, an objection is to not see a motion altogether. And so because of that, it requires a 2/3 vote under Robert's rules to help protect the voice of the minority and ensure that all of the voices can be heard. But you can still shut down motions that are very clearly unpopular, shouldn't be seen, yada, 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 yada. And I would like to put stress to many of the motions that we go through require votes anyway. Objecting to them is you just cannot see them in their entirety. This is just sort of bringing things back under Robert's rules to encourage having the actual votes for the motions, actually hearing things out while still maintaining some expediency.
We're now online for questioning. Wonjin.
So, presuming we don't do what you just said and use Robert's rules properly and vote on motions, does this not just make it so that you need 2/3 of people to be against a motion in order for a motion to fail? Because currently we largely just use objections to say, I don't like that motion. I think that motion should fail. Like if somebody moves to extend time by 5 minutes and somebody objects to that, we never vote or debate on those motions. So this would just mean that 2/3 of Senate would have to be against the motion in order for it to fail. Is that not correct?
I don't quite follow. Could you I apologize, but could you kind of run it back?
Sorry, this is confusing and technical. But currently we don't debate on motions. We don't vote on motions properly. Yes. Okay. And this requires that in order to accept an objection, you would need a 2/3 vote to do so. Does that not mean that if somebody makes a motion and half of Senate doesn't like the motion, but somebody objects, even if half of Senate says, no, we don't want the motion, we vote with the objection, the motion would proceed because we treat an objection basically like we are voting on a motion?
Yes, yeah, pretty much. That's more or less how it would sort of shape up, I suppose, to sort of push people to have those votes and to see things through properly instead of just using a simple majority to strike down a motion that would do 2/3.
Okay, Collazo.
May I direct a question to the student government advisor?
Sure.
Brody, correct me if I'm wrong, within Robert's rules, if let's say our bylaws, which is our Senate rules, do they supersede what Robert's rule says, if I'm correct?
Yes, I believe it states in wherever that anything that's not specifically outlined, you follow Robert's rules. But yes, whatever your local rules would overrule Robert's rules.
Okay, go ahead.
I move to debate.
Okay, there's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Lipner, Varela.
I'm very much for this amendment for this specific reason that we should not be treating objections like votes on the motions, as we've kind of just alluded to in the questioning period. It's not a vote on the actual thing. We should be ensuring that these motions, or rather these objections, are a true supermajority vote, which is why this 2/3 is warranted and necessary. May I retain? Move to vote. Yeah, you can.
Do you withdraw?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that everyone fully understands that, in order for this to not basically just mean that you need 2/3 of people to be against a motion in order for it to fail, we would have to properly follow Robert's rules, which I have never seen done. And I've been in Senate since the 53rd session. Brody can probably attest to the fact that we do not properly use Robert's rules and we do not vote and debate on motions. And we use objection procedure to do that. So this would cause us, as I said, if somebody makes a motion, 2/3 of Senate would have to oppose it in order for us to actually fail it properly. I find it unlikely that the body would fix our procedure that has been done wrong for so long in order to stop that from occurring. So I will be voting against this amendment.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
I'd love clarification on whether this is specifically targeting the objection period or would also apply to motions as a whole. Because it seems like we have lack of clarity on that.
I can't answer that. Yeah. Wondering.
It specifically is covering, it's saying that a 2/3 vote is required to accept the objection, but if somebody objects to a motion, that means it would require 2/3 vote for the motion to fail, because we don't use any other way of failing motions at this time.
Okay. I think we all know how we're voting. I'll take a motion. Ganesh.
Move to vote.
Okay. There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. Okay, with a vote count of 11 to 18 to 2, the amendment fails. Kalaza.
I move to vote on the bill.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 25 to 5 to 0, resolution 5629 passes on third reading. Okay. Resolution 5630 updates to Senate Rule 6, requiring a second. Chair Kringle, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah. This is pretty self-explanatory. I think that motions, if we go back to kind of the way that other governments kind of do their way of motioning and creating those motions, just having a second will create a little more agreeance on any sort of movements that we do want to make. So I think it's pretty easy to understand. I'll yield.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Collazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Collazo.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 30 to 4 to 0, resolution 5630 passes on third reading. Resolution 5631, resolution urging the University of Central Florida to be recognized as a fair trade school. Chair Lipner, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi again, everyone. I'll keep this one short because we already passed it with a vote of 26 to 1 in the prior session, which is a testament, in the prior meeting, which is a testament to the Senate's commitment to sustainability and environmental responsibility on campus. It was also passed unanimously in the prior session, which also goes to show how important this is to the student body and student senate as a whole. And as we head into Easter weekend, I thought it'd be a good time to kind of sweeten the message literally. So I have some fair trade chocolate eggs and peanut butter cups for y'all to enjoy. It's a small seasonal reminder that sustainability doesn't have to be a sacrifice, but it can be a joyous, delicious, and easy way to celebrate our own society and identities and emotions and all that stuff. So this proclamation recognizes the hard work that UCF has already gone and put into building a cleaner, greener campus and asks us all to continue to keep that spirit going, whether through composting, recycling, donating, or simply setting as an example. But in all, fair trade certification is worth supporting, and thank you for your time, your support, and your commitment. Happy Easter.
Okay, we're now line for questioning. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 33 to 0 to 0, resolution 5631 passes on third reading. Resolution 5634 Resolution advocating for credit transfer transparency. Chair Banesh, whenever you're ready.
Y'all voted very favorably for this. Second. Nope, that's it. I yield.
We're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Collazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Varela.
Motion to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Varela's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
I think it just clarifies what I meant, or what we meant when we wrote the bill.
What's the thing? Should we do the? Is there,
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm saying denied equivalencies, denied credits.
No, I mean like the fund motion that we just learned.
The fund motion.
Mhm.
I can do that right now. Motion to see this amendment by general consent.
There's been a motion to see this amendment by general consent. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none. Perfect. You guys have got to use that in the next session. Okay, Lipner.
Move to see Vice Chair Wanjin's amendment as a technical. Just capitalizing the T in the fourth whereas clause.
Okay, see the technical. Okay. Collazo.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 34 to 0, resolution 5634 passes on third reading. Okay, last one, everyone. Okay, resolution 5636, updates to Senate Rule 4 and Senate Rule 5. Chair Courts, you have the last one.
Oh, that's so sad. Oh my gosh. Nothing has changed. If the bill doesn't pass first reading, it doesn't come to the floor unless it's overturned by a simple majority. That's it. I go for questioning.
We're now live for questioning. Are there any questions? Trey Hernandez.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Any objections? Okay, seeing none. Metellus.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing.
I object.
Okay. Do you withdraw?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Mayor Thing? Okay. I wanted to say thank you, everybody.
We can. This is Senate.
Yeah.
That's Senate forum.
Move to vote.
Okay, there's been a motion to vote. Okay. There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. Remember to be quiet in voting procedures. Okay, with a vote count of 33 to 1 to 0, resolution 5636 passes on third reading. And we're done. Borges.
Would you guys hate me if we saw 56, 54? Can I give the explanation before you hate me? It's okay if you hate me.
Go ahead.
Okay. This was submitted like 20 bills ago. And if we make it contingent upon UCFIT's approval, which is happening hopefully tomorrow, this is arguably one of the most transformative bills that we're seeing tonight that would completely change how the voting system works for presidential elections. So I would like to see it. I won't make the motion, but if someone wants to, and this like a preemptive second, if someone wants to make it, please do.
I'll go with Collazo.
I move to unpostpone the bill indefinitely.
There's been a motion to unpostpone internal bill 5654.
I object.
Okay. Do you withdraw?
It was not seen in ENA.
I was about to say it wasn't seen in ENA.
Point of order. Sorry, it doesn't have to be seen in ENA. You guys didn't make a motion, didn't make a vote on it for 2 meetings in a row, so automatically moves to Senate. Thank you.
Okay, so we have to see it. Or, oh, okay. Wait, yeah. Lazo, what's your question?
I just want to ask why it wasn't seen in ENA. But I don't know if that has to be asked like during the bill or not.
I withdraw my objection.
Okay. What's that? Yes.
Question to Senator Borges. Why is it pertinent we see it this session and not next session?
Well, for one, I'm graduating. It's my last bill. No, but two, also, I feel like just to an extent, at least, I've spoke about this with the election supervisor of elections, who will probably not be the supervisor next session. Spoke about it with president, vice president, the current president, vice president, current candidates. Well, the previous candidates from this past election, including one of the ones right here. So this is something that I'm not sure everyone will agree with or understand, but we're all pretty knowledgeable right now because for the last meeting, I think you guys will all understand. So.
Okay. Yeah, and I will say, just depending on how the meeting with IT goes, then we can always like re-advise the president for their signature. Okay, so no objections. Okay. Seeing no objections, internal bill 5654 is unpostponed indefinitely. So we'll go ahead and see that right now. You have 5 minutes, remember?
Thank you guys. I'm so sorry. Okay, so long story short, if you don't know what ranked choice voting is, it's essentially one of the best ways to make sure everyone's vote is actually properly counted. So no matter who you voted for in the election, your vote would be counted in some way. So we currently have runoffs right now. This would make it where we don't have to have runoffs, and that's because it kind of goes by ranked order voting, essentially what it's named. Let's say you really, really wanted candidate A, but you don't believe they will win. So for candidate two, you can put like a candidate 2, candidate B, and then for your third selection, candidate C, fourth selection, candidate D, and so on and so forth. Let's say that candidate A you really wanted to win, didn't get a majority of the votes, got the worst amount of votes. That's okay, because your votes can go towards candidate B, and candidate B has a chance. So not only would this reduce cost and effort by the election commission, because that would not create a runoff, which happens quite often, but also everyone's voice would count. I don't know if it's time.
No.
Oh, okay. But if anyone needs more explanation, you can ask them questioning. I yield.
Okay. More set.
2 questions, if I may.
Go ahead.
So for the first one, how would it work for the redistribution? Would they have to like go back up to the office, go back to their computers and get the redistribution, or would they have all the calculations with them when they go announce it?
We're hoping that UCF IT will be able to do it all like round by round. So they assess round 1, see if anyone got a majority. No one got a majority. Okay, who got the least amount of votes? That vote goes towards like that person's votes. All the students who voted for that as their first choice, whatever the student's second choice is, it moves to the next people. That's why we're waiting on UCF IT, because we're not 100% sure UCF IT can do that. However, from talking to everyone wants it if they can do it. Everyone as in the people that I've talked to outside of Senate.
Makes sense. And then for the second question, I see you have on here, any student with multiple majors shall only be eligible to vote in their primary major. Is there does my UCF already have a primary major for like students who are double majoring? Okay, I see nods.
All right, I'll do Lazo.
I didn't add that.
I was just gonna ask, Chair Escobar, was there any reason why it wasn't seen in ENA?
We did not meet this week.
Okay, Lipner.
In your current conversations with UCFIT, does it seem favorable that this would be possible? Like, what are your feelings on the matter?
Can I yield to Brody if Brody even has an answer?
Well, our current meetings have consisted of scheduling a meeting for Monday, which then got pushed to tomorrow. So I don't know.
And then follow up if I may?
Go ahead.
Brody, what would happen if we did push this to the 57th session? Would it still be able to be put in place for the 58th election?
If you were to PPI it and then reintroduce it in the 57th, potentially, depends on when, as long as it was done before the end of fall semester, basically, that it could be, yeah.
Reed.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Borges, we'll go ahead and see your amendment.
Do you want me to speak on it? Or?
Yeah.
essentially it's just making it, we usually have like, oh, it's enacted if something else is enacted. This kind of puts it as it's enacted if UCFIT says it's okay, which hopefully tomorrow they do.
Okay. Are we gonna? Gaudio, go ahead.
I move to approve this amendment through general consent.
There's been a motion. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, the amendment is approved. We're still in debate. Okay. I'll do Escobar, Joliker, Lipner.
Yeah, so in ENA, when we discussed the initial drafting of the bill, we were all in favor, and ranked choice voting is a pretty good form of voting. So I encourage you all to vote in favor.
Joliker.
It is my personal opinion that this is objectively the best way to hold an election and make it as fair as possible. There's no reason we should not vote for this. And frankly, I would think IT could handle it because this is something that exists and other organizations and countries do. So we should all vote in favor of this, send it out with a bang, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. Okay, with a vote count of 34 to 0, internal bill 5654 passes on second reading. We have to see this on third, don't we? Okay, Borges.
Move to return to the approval of the agenda.
We,
Oh, you don't have to do that anymore? Oh, thank God. Could I just move it there?
yeah, you can.
Okay, then I do that.
Okay. Is there a motion to move internal bill 5654 to notice of legislation on third reading? Any objections? Okay, seeing none, Gaudio.
I move to approve the measure on third reading by general consent.
Can we do that? Okay, are there any objections? Okay, seeing none. Okay. All right. Okay. Order. Okay, now we're at Senate Forum. Okay, Chair Johnson.
Okay, hey guys. So I am kind of nervous with this, but I wrote it out, so I'm good. Hello, Senate. In the last Senate meeting, I wanted to address the returning senators. Next session, you will play a critical role in selecting the next generation of executive cabinet members, and I encourage all of you to question and thoroughly evaluate whether they can handle the workload ahead of them. While I acknowledge and appreciate the talent we have within the communications department, I have some concerns about its current performance. I have noticed inconsistencies in media requests, communications regarding those requests, and the accuracy of the information presented on graphics and similar materials. The following solutions are ways that I have identified how to address the issues. One would be redefining the role of the communications department within our statutes. I'm not really sure how feasible that is. Two, my least favorite option, consider Senate, Judicial, Election Commission, and caucuses separate in the eyes of social media, meaning everybody has their own social media account, which is not my preferred solution. And the last one, which is my preferred solution, which I ask everybody who's returning to consider with a heavy heart. If anyone who is currently in the communications department does run to be reappointed back to that position, I'm asking you not just as the Disability Caucus chair, but as a graduating just UCF student, not to give them that role. And if they come to you and they're coming to the Senate, I really want you to ask them the questions about why was the election commissioners, why was their graphics wrong? Why were they unable to get the ASL day posted in an amount of time? Why was Women Caucus's information wrong? Just things like that. This is a difficult recommendation for me to make, considering I had so much faith in our current communications department. I spoke up when they were appointed. However, given the feedback I have received from faculty members in my college regarding the ASL day event, the biggest concern that they brought to me was the unprofessionalism of our communications department. And it was so embarrassing to tell them that I don't know why the event was not advertised. And I hope that the ASL community knows that it wasn't done maliciously and it wasn't done as a way to diminish our event. So thank you so much for listening to me. And I just really would like you guys to consider my words next session, because I think it really does make a difference. And it is very embarrassing when you're working communications with your college and your dean and the CHIPS marketing department. And the CHIPS marketing department is willing to do more for you than your communications director, for which you helped get appointed. Thank you.
Okay. Banesh.
So what the move tonight?
Okay. All right. Kalaza.
Firstly, I guess to just hop on to Chair Johnson's concerns, I will say that when I was ENA vice chair, I had to chair the confirmations of the justices, which was a difficult position for me to be in because I chose to abstain just because I am a former justice. So whoever is returning and you do see the justices, please make sure that they are equipped to do the job. I know that I received a lot of pushback because I asked simple statutory questions from the Chief Justice because I guess the rhetoric was that, they'll learn as they go. But as we can see from the judicial reviews that has happened, we are not entirely happy with the justices in a way. So I think it's really important when confirming any individual, especially when it comes to the statutes, that they are equipped to do the job and are knowledgeable of the documents that they are binded by. A last thing I will add is it has truly been my honor to serve as Deputy Pro Tem Board of Legislative Affairs. I came into during the spring, started off as vice chair, but I do want to thank two people, especially, of course, Pro Tem Morissette, who she knows what she's done for me, especially with my transition from judicial to Senate. She was always there for me, and I'm glad that she gave me the opportunity to use my skills and, to do this job. And to the last person, I want to thank Chair Courts for putting so much trust into me to be her vice chair within LJR. I know it was a little bit strange to receive a previous justice onto your committee, but I will say that I don't regret walking into your first SGLC committee meeting. So I'm very glad that we were able to lead a committee together.
Okay. Escobar.
Hello. I just want to say I wasn't here last meeting. It was my birthday, but I want to say thank you to everyone for voting yes on Resolution 5622, which called for the end of hazing at UCF. It was pretty important to not only me but just to the safety of our students. So I wanted to say thank you all for that. Also piggybacking off of Chair Johnson and Dila Colazo, for not only cabinet appointments, but any appointments happening during summer. If you're returning and if you ENA is always open for members, but please please ask the necessary questions and make sure all appointments are qualified to do the jobs, and take into consideration the concerns brought up this current session with current departments and positions, just to make sure that the next cabinet and other appointed positions are duly qualified and have the ability and experience to be in these positions. Thank you.
Lazo.
Alrighty, kind of just to piggyback off what Senator Johnson mentioned just a couple minutes ago. You guys, those of you that are going to be staying and coming back to Senate, you're going to be responsible for what the next Senate and its dynamic, its work ethic, what its mission looks like. You guys are forming that next Senate session. As your Deputy of Senate Relations and someone who made it through both the 55th and now the 56th sessions, I care so much for the health and future of this body. I'm just so proud of the person that I evolved into through SG. through SG, and I just want an even better experience for the rest of you. So when you all start again in May, I want you to think and like really think hard about the people that you want leading not just the Senate, but the SG as a whole. Think about what you want from a branch head, and think about how Senate doesn't have to constantly be in the shadows of other branches. We can stand on our own. You don't have to be afraid to ask questions at the first meeting. You don't have to be afraid to ask presidential appointees or judicial prospects the hard questions, the statutory questions. That is our job. Don't be afraid to bring hard subjects to the floor if you know it's what's good for the body. To that extent, the rest of us have to listen when those concerns and questions are brought up. I know I and others this session have had a somewhat difficult tone, but I know for me, I can't speak for others. I just want what's best for this body, and I get really passionate when I know that Senate and students' rights are being stepped on. Because at the end of the day, that is what we are here for. We are our own branch, and we must stand as a branch and defend ourselves and the 1,000 students that we all individually represent. And then lastly, on that same note, we all need to support each other a lot more. I know Chair Vasquez, like over the point of like, I don't know how many times over the session, there's no reason for us to have over 40 members of Senate when we have a full body and see the same 7 to 12 faces at every event. We're only as good a branch when we we're only as good a branch when we support each other, and a small group of senators cannot be the only ones responsible for change and being the face of Senate. And to close, while there's room to grow, you guys are going to be capable of that growth next year. There's no doubt in my mind that I would do this all over again. We have our faults sometimes, but you guys are great. And not to plug my yearbook again, but let's look at that as a general ride for what we want in the next session.
Okay. Ruben.
Hey guys, it's my last meeting as a senator, so I just wanted one final chance to say a few words. First of all, thank you to everyone. Deciding to apply for the open Rosen seat was one of the best decisions I've ever made, and I'll miss all of you so much. But even though I'm not going to be representing my college in this body anymore, I'm as passionate as ever about Rosen, and I plan to remain an involved student, so don't worry guys, I'm not going away. I also said in my speech when I was confirmed that I love showing Rosen's campus off, and I don't know how it will work with the upcoming renovations, but please reach out to me if you're ever visiting Rosen in the fall, because I love showing off my awesome campus and bragging about our #1 program in the nation. Thank you again. You guys are awesome, and I wish you the best of luck with this upcoming session.
Okay, Claudio.
I'm not going to yap too much. First off, this meeting was a third reading moment. Good Lord. General consent came in clutch. Anyways, I'm grabbing food after this. If any of y'all care to join, I'm hungry. I don't care. It's nearly midnight. I want food. Signing off, LJR, it's been real. Keep it as real as you've been the whole year.
Okay, Shen.
That was just a funny thing I put. You don't need to read that out loud.
Okay. Joliker.
Guys, it's been really, really fun and interesting and informative coming in here. I was the last senator to get in. I just squeezed in right at the end here, and I've been flying by the hem of my pants this whole time because there's so much going on when I already came in, and I've just sort of been like, what is this? What is this? Okay, I'll figure it out. And that's been a lot of fun. It's been a wild roller coaster, and I'm really excited to be coming back into this next year. As I wrote in here, Senate is Big Baller University. First of all, y'all really dressed up for tonight. Like, let everyone give yourselves a round of applause, because like y'all look good tonight. All right, we got some good-looking people in here right now, and I mean, I wore a freaking scarf. Okay, we're in Florida. You think, how often do you think I wear this thing? Anyway, there are some really, really bright people in here. This is some of the brightest minds on this university of 70,000. And for those of you that are graduating, congratulations. And I know you're going to do great things. You're going to have great careers, have great families. You're going to grow super old. And even when we're super, super old, which I already am compared to all of you, we're going to be looking back at this with such fond memories as some of the best days of our lives. Like I can tell you that right now for a fact. These are the best days of our lives. So enjoy it, ruminate on it. And I'm really excited to see what we can do next session. I mean, I think there's a lot of fire coming into this thing, and we're going to achieve a lot of great things. And who knows what's going to end up happening with SG as a whole. And you know, we'll do our best to live up to the expectations and make it as good as or even better of a session next year. So thanks for everything.
Okay, Chair Vasquez.
Hey guys, just kind of to go back on the point of it's okay to be critical of like who you guys are appointing to be your leadership and people in other branches. Ask the right questions. Kind of take this session as like a learning thing. Yeah, and then last Senate meeting, very emotional stuff. I just wanted to I met some of the best people in this branch. Recommend your friends to join. I'm not gonna cry. Jason already made me cry already. Jason was like my first friend in student government, and look at us now. 2 years in a row, chair and vice chair of SBA. Couldn't have had it any other way. I really owe it all to that guy. I loved my experience here for the most part. Just kidding. But spend as much time in the office, go to each other's events, be friends, because that's what it's all about. It's about the friends we made along the way. That's why they say that. You guys, I get it now. But that's it from me.
Okay. Kringle.
I love the forum so far. You guys are amazing. But I just want to quickly read through my announcements. But basically, the budget bill is signed and enacted by the president. Yay! So thank you guys so much for making the committee awesome. And thank you to Vice Chair Wanjan as well, who helped a lot behind the scenes. I don't think y'all saw it, but it's very much appreciated. So I wanted to give her kudos for that. For CRT as well, thank you guys also for just amazing committee and amazing session here doing internal bills. We have done so much work over the year, and an even bigger shout out to Vice Chair Shen for being with the committee for a whole year and putting up with Vice Chair for CRT, which I argue is the hardest Vice Chair position. But thank you all. And also I included some fun facts in the CRT agenda or the announcements for CRT. So give those a check over. But General Senate forum stuff, I have absolutely loved my time in Senate and student government because of all of you guys. I literally joined student government on a bet, on a whim. I think I applied and I didn't even know what student government was. But I started coming to meetings after I applied, and I went to the candidate forum, and I fell in love so fast, and I hit the ground running, and I've loved every moment of it since. So thank you guys for making it so awesome. Can't wait to get out of here, but I also don't want to leave. So.
Okay. Metellus.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, through the highs and lows, like I have had so much fun this session, and I'm so glad that I decided to join student government. Like, I remember fall, like it was like August or September freshman year. And me and Cameron, and we were next door neighbors in Neptune, we were talking about joining SGLC, and I wasn't sure when I found out that she was joining. I was like, you know what, let me do it too. So I sent in my application, and here I am today. The best decision of my life. Like, it was just the student government has opened so many doors for me and has taught me how to be a leader, and Senate has also taught me how to be a leader. And just like, I just can't thank y'all enough for being here and just caring about the university and just being examples of like how I should be as a leader. And just like I've learned from each and every one of you sitting here. Like, we're all so different, but I have learned and looked up to all of you guys. And I just want to say, like, I love y'all, and we really accomplished so much this year. So much. Also, shout out Black Caucus.
Okay. Laurel.
My gavel was lost by someone in this room. Not going to name names. Allison Pullman. This is a very special gavel. It was given to me by the Wisconsin Supreme Court Justice. I just asked her in the airport, and guess what? I told Allison, don't lose it when I gave it to her, because she had already lost one. And I was being so nice to let her borrow my prized possession. And guess who lost my gavel? Allison, I don't know your middle name, so I'm going to call you Nicole Pullman. And I just think it's diabolical. It's insane. And it's really shown that I'm glad y'all made friends, but I made a lot of enemies in my time in Senate. And it goes beyond Allison, but Allison right now is an enemy until that gavel is found.
Hey, that's not true.
Speaking of gavels, she doesn't return my gavel sometimes. Ooh.
It's right here. I've been using it. Okay. Listen, Nicole. My middle name is Bennett. Shen. Okay, Shen.
Thanks to everyone for a great session. I truly enjoyed every second of it, even through, all those super long meetings, all of that. big appreciation to Chair Carringle and all his help in and out of CRT. It was one of my best contacts I've had in Senate, and just a truly great guy. And then for CRT, please, somebody, please be interested in CRT next session. I won't be here. Please, guys. Somebody. What? I wasn't reelected. That doesn't really matter, y'all. But I'm just being real. Just somebody, please be interested in CRT, because everyone I've talked to is not.
Okay. All right, Lipner.
Yeah, so I had joined Senate in the early summer as an appointee, and even back then it had already felt like a charge was forming. And just throughout this session, it has grown to now what feels like a stampede. I'm truly so thankful to be running alongside all of you. So for that, I just want to say go Knights, charge on, and urge you all to continue doing what you're doing in the Senate chamber and carry that on wherever you choose to go. Thank you all.
Okay. Sean.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for creating such like a welcoming environment. I came into Senate knowing literally nothing. I went to orientation, it went through 1 year, out the other, like I understood nothing. And so now looking back, it's just like I've come so far. I've come so far and just how much I know. And I want to thank everyone for just like creating this environment that kind of just kept me wanting to come back and sit through these meetings and learn more. So, to those graduating, good luck, and I hope to see some of y'all next session.
Okay, Murtaugh.
Now I can speak, and you would not hate me. But for real, thank you guys for adopting me into the Senate. Because I was nothing in the meaning of SG, like student government, like 2 months ago, and now I'm a senator. I did something, I liked it, and maybe you guys like that what I did so far. But just thank you for supporting me as a new senator. I mean, I'm new to this country in general. I've been here for only like 5 years, and it's quite good feeling when the people around you supporting you, especially you, the senators. And I'm hoping that new senators and senators that was reelected would keep the same tendency, because I believe that senators should be representing the whole student body and the whole traditions and cultures, and I think that's what our student government Senate is about. Come on, just thank you for being who you are.
Okay, Varela.
Hi, I'll try to keep it fast so we can get moving, but thank you. I just kind of want to say a little bit of what I've been thinking about a little bit, and I think something that's really important in this job is to really separate professional versus personal lives. It's something I was thinking about, like as we fair points about criticizing other people's work, and I've seen some bad work here. I can't lie to you, but but listen, I'm skipping a buck. You know what I mean? I'll be like, wow, not what I would have done. But anyway, but I think it's really important to say that there is a person underneath that work, and while you may not agree with somebody, we're all here to help, right? And I think I just want us all to lead with love and not lead with criticism or lead, thinking that this person's so horrible because they write bad bills or I don't like what they do. Like, I think it's really important to kind of separate ourselves from that. Because at the end of the day, we all see a cat video and say, that's literally me. So like, I think we're all united in that way. So yeah, thank you.
Borges.
I'm so sorry. I had to thank everyone who did the graduation thing today. Thank you guys so much for doing it. That was so sweet. 2, don't do what I did. Don't do 3 sessions. Only do 2 maximum. Maybe just do 1. Maybe just leave now. And I wanted to thank Speaker Pullman, because I've never been under a speaker that is just so just, I don't even know how to explain it. Like sweet, kind, caring, and like passionate. So thank you. and that this is the smoothest session I've had out of 3, and I'm sure one of us who's been here for 4 can agree that it's been best out of 4. So
Well, that's good to hear. Oh no, my thing just refreshed. But yeah, for me, I don't know if anyone else was typing in. I'll just wrap it up. For me, this is my 3rd year now in student government, wrapping up. Yeah, it's been a ride. But I know I already kind of did my soapbox during my announcements. But yeah, it's been crazy, but it's been a really good time. And thank you guys again for everything. And I'll probably be using my office until graduation. So I'll be around if anyone needs anything. I'm still working on my transition binder, like perfecting it and things like that. Nicole is crazy. That's not. But yeah, I'll still be around in the office pretty much until graduation. So yeah, if anyone needs anything, don't hesitate to reach out. But yeah, okay. Anyone else for Senate Forum? Okay, seeing none. Senate deliberations, we're not seeing that. Okay, advisory report, Brody.
All right, yeah, not a lot for me. First of all, for those in paid roles, make sure you submit your time. The pay period isn't until next week, but most of you aren't working next week and you'll forget. And if you don't submit it, you won't get paid, and that'll be sad for you. I won't care, but it'll be sad for you. I am not eloquent enough to give a heartfelt goodbye. I will just say you've done great work. It has been a pleasure to work with you this year, and I know you will all go on to do wonderful things. But we've got time. Let's do some senator shout-outs. Let's get into it. Yeah. All right. Andrea. Yep. Nope, you're up.
Oh man, I was gonna unshout out you for calling me Andrea today.
I did do that.
You think you know
It was-
someone, and then they call you Andrea. So
That's in
very
vain. Unshout out Lipner. He called me Andrea.
crazy work. Crazy work. Anyway, sorry. Shout out everyone here. Shout out Jason. Jason already made me cry. I already said that. You know, he's my number one right there. Amanda, Bobby, Jordan, Ryan, just Grace, you're so pretty. Everyone, Kirsten, Andrew, JC, I guess. Okay, Halima, love you guys. You know, wouldn't be where I am without you. And then I guess I'll shout out Brody, but so then it's like net zero. So anyway, love you guys.
JC.
Oh, sorry. I just want to add +1 to Brody's shout out because I'm going to shout out Brody because he's like super cool. And also, if you haven't seen, I'm sure all of you have seen, there's the vocabulary list and in his office. So me and Chair Vasquez did this thing for a long time for the whole year. We would make a pun of his name like bro. So yeah, you should go see it. It's very beautiful. I think some of my favorite are Bro RS, Bro SI, the Bro Oligarchy. I think it's awesome. Rotato Chip, Bro Sidon.
Bromanda Deaver is my favorite.
Bromanda Dev.
Bromanda Dever. Yeah.
Shout out to all the seniors. Let's just give them one more round of applause because congrats.
All right, Amanda.
I want to give a shout out to my favorite vocabulary word, Brosterica. But then also I wanted to give a shout out to everyone who helped like give me all the pictures in the Google Photos. I'm not a pictures person, so thank you. I just wanted to give a shout out to me because 3 years later, after not having done a single yearbook, I still got it. And then lastly, I just wanted to shout out my branch hoppers, I guess is the best way to say it. I want to shout out Andrew and Autumn. I know you guys are from different branches, but you guys just acclimated so well to Senate and you hit the ground running this year. And I'm just so proud of the growth you guys made as senators. And lastly, I want to shout out Andrea because she will never let me do it. It's the only chance I get.
All right, Danae.
Shout out to everybody first and foremost, and especially shout out to all of you graduating. I hope you can go on to do amazing things. I want to shout out Andrea because she's helped me so much. She's always asking my questions, and like she has the sweetest smile, guys. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, Adam.
Yeah, shout out to CRT, best committee. Please, somebody become chair. Also, shout out to my vice chair, Shen. Shout out to CCIE. We lost a seat they were here for a little bit. But anyway, shout out to CCIE, no matter what. Shout out to all Senate leadership too. We all did a lot of like challenging, hard things this semester. So I think we all deserve a little praise there. Shout out to the advisors. Love you guys. Also shout out to Luke, who's probably been in more Senate meetings than some senators. Just sitting in the back. So shout out to supervisor elections.
All right, Zach.
Oh boy, we're going down the list. All righty. So we're starting off at the top. Chair Courts, amazing. We love her. She's great. Senator Naguib, great to see her. Trejo Hernandez, we love her. She's amazing. The newest addition to LJR. I'm gonna butcher the. I'm gonna do it. Juiche. ELA Richmond. She doesn't show up to LJR as often as she should, but we love her presence out anyways. Escobar, great in LJR and out of it. In all manners, D-Leg Colazo, he is and always has been great. Owen Sherman, amazing. Banesh, we're going down the whole list. Come on. At this point, it would be faster to say who I'm not going to name.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be quick. Shout out Allison. Yeah. Shout out Laurel Socks and Sandals because I love them. Shout out Banesh for being the go. And shout out Gap Committee because I always love going to those meetings. So yeah.
All right. Oh.
Wait, I didn't really want to do a shout out. I wanted to adjourn.
Nope. Laurel.
Oh, do I got shout outs? Shout out my haters, shout out my lovers. Got a lot of haters in the room, but I wouldn't be me without y'all. I would name y'all, but I was informed not to by a lot of people in this room, including Cameron. So I would like to shout out my lovers, Allison. Loki, Autumn's boyfriend, has really become someone I confide in. He also advised me not to do it. Shout out Autumn. Shout out Brody. Brody has me and Brody just bond. He gets me, I get him. I don't think he really gets me. Shout out JC Varela. He shows up, he shows out, he does his thing. Shout out Kirsten Courts. Shout out everyone, but a big shout out to Allison. I've never met someone so strong and resilient, and I just can't wait to see what you do. I don't really know what you're gonna do, but I know whatever you do, you're gonna do great things.
All right, Kirsten.
Okay, shout out LJR simply because we did so much this year, guys. We saw 18 pieces of legislation last week. Sorry. Shout out all of Senate leadership. Shout out Andrea. I love Andrea. I don't think you guys realize how much I love Andrea. I love Amanda. I tolerate JC. We don't agree a lot. Oh, CJ, we don't talk about that. Halima, I love you. Andrew, I love sitting next to you. Jordan, I love sitting next to you. And Autumn Johnson, because she always compliments me each meeting, and it makes me feel so great. And yeah, I like the rest of you.
Jordan?
Yeah, I just wanted to recognize that every single one of us have made it a really strong commitment to be here and make a difference for our community. So I look around and I see almost 35 faces of individuals who all care about their community, and that makes me really, really proud of UCF as a whole. So thank you all for giving me that hope and that care and that support.
Michael.
Even though he snubbed me from his shout outs, shout out to Gaudio, because when he came in, I felt like it reignited my enjoyment of Senate because of his wonderful commentary and his intense knowledge of the statutes.
All right, Bobby, you.
Sorry. Shout out my vice chairs, Vice Chair Banesh, Vice Chair Vasquez. They're great. Shout out everyone, but particularly shout out let's see who else to start with. Shout out Danae, shout out Cushy, shout out Gaudio, shout out Jordan, shout out Jocelyn, shout out everyone. I love y'all.
All right, Autumn.
Okay, this is actually really funny. It's not a shout out, but do y'all remember when Gaudio joined Senate and he addressed Andrew? it was so, he addressed Andrew and he like basically, yes, that was hilarious.
A dull blade.
A dull blade.
All right. Come back. Good work. That was funny though. Daisy.
Shout out Supervisor Elections Luke Brown and Assistant Supervisor Elections Alicia Wright. I love all the work you do, and I want to also like shout out everyone who like decks it out like on debate and argues, because I learned the most when people just argue. So, DLA Colazo, you're the best. And Gaudio.
All right, Andrew.
Okay. The dull blade is speaking. I think it's just me from being a justice. But I want to give a special shout out to all the senators who received an award this past passing of gavel. We have our committee of the year. Committee chair of the year, Kirsten Courts, Jordan Metellus, who was the caucus chair of the year, and to the rest of the senators who received, individual senator awards. Congratulations to y'all.
Kirsten?
I didn't forget Jordan in my shout out. It was like a lapse in judgment, and now I'm getting looked at like I did something wrong. So Jordan, I apologize, and I'll never do it again.
All right. Sam.
Shout out Courts for being such a wonderful leader of LJR, really keeping the ship steady there and making me feel welcome into that wonderful committee. Shout out to Colazo and Valera for their incredible knowledge of politics and the Constitution as a whole. I listen to them talk a lot and think, okay, so that's how it works. Just remember that. Just remember what they said. Shout out to Gaudio for his merriment and whimsy. And shout out to Moratov, because it takes a lot of guts to really be such a fish out of water, to join a new community in a place you're still getting used to, and something you've never done before in a language that wasn't your native one. That takes some guts. So shout out to you as well. And shout out to everyone else. Shout out to Brody, because you're like the encyclopedia apparently. So that's helpful. Thanks for that. And yeah. Okay, I swear I'm done talking now.
I like to think of myself more as Wikipedia, where like 20% of it's wrong, but you'll never know which 20%. All right. Anything else? Oh yeah, Kirsten, we get back again.
I got more bad looks. Ryan and Jason, shout out to you guys as well. Does anybody else want to give me a glare? Okay, Madesh. I already got you. Danae, love you. Reed, love you. Borges, I've talked to you like twice. Great conversations. Everyone else, I'm done.
All right. Oh.
Is this the end?
Well, there's more stuff after my bit, but
Never mind.
this seems like the end of Senator shoutouts. So, and there's no other advisors. Maddie was sad to not be able to be here tonight. She will miss you all and wishes you all various other nice sentiments.
Okay. Miscellaneous business. Danny's stripped down.
So I'm gonna try to get through this without crying. But any guy wearing a suit, you're all in honorable mentions. There's too many of you, but some of you have never worn a suit to Senate before, so I'm proud of you. But all honorable mentions. And then first, second, and third place might be biased, but guys, I don't care. This is my last one. So third place, I'm gonna give it to. Also, don't hate me. Don't hate me after this. But third place, I'm gonna give it to my DLA Colazo, because I like the suits. Second place, I'm gonna give to. I didn't think about second place. I'm gonna give it to no. I'm gonna give it to Jolliker, because like you said, you wore a scarf in Florida weather. And then first place, I want all the graduates to stand up, please, and thank you. Stand up. And give me a twirl, because all of you guys are first place tonight.
I object.
We reel it back in. I told Laurel she could do it. That's why I bribed her to come here.
Oh yeah, last one to speak. Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
All right, there's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Okay. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none. Chair Courts, please be silent packing up and don't talk, please. Okay. Go.
This is so sad. Lazo.
Present.
Reed.
Present.
Corelli.
Present.
Doss. Morozov. Lim.
Present.
Joliker.
I'm still standing. Yeah, I'm here.
Karingo.
Present.
Sherman.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Trey Hernandez.
Present.
Muratov.
Yes.
Connolly. Gumarov. Hamid.
Present.
Kaufman.
Present.
Rudy.
Present.
Lush.
Present.
Gaudio.
Present and gone.
Metellus.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Rickett. Chauhan.
Present.
Escobar.
Present.
Naguib. Wanjan. Here. Johnson.
Chair Johnson signing off.
Patel. Weiderberg. Green.
Present.
Hendry. Rubin.
Present.
Borges.
I made it.
Alcuda.
Present.
Banesh.
I always come back.
Candeloro. Present. Colazo.
Present.
Kurtz is here. I say this time. Rodriguez. Janadra. Pullman.
Present.
Renda.
Present.
Richmond.
Out.
Shen.
Present.
Varela.
Present.
Vasquez.
Bye.
Lipner.
I have chocolate.
Morissette.
Oh my God. So I get to close it out? Okay. And with that, the 56th session comes to an end. Good night.
Hey.
I haven't adjourned the meeting yet.
37 out of 48 quorum is verified.
All right, I adjourn this meeting at 11:44 p.m.